Hello and welcome back to the channel. In this course, we're going to have a deep dive into a beginner's guide to full stack web development. We're going to be using the MERN stack, which includes MongoDB, ExpressJS, React, and NodeJS. As we go along in this course, we're going to be building different projects that are going to strengthen your understanding of the fundamentals of web development. Before we get started, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel to show your support. The browser and the server communicate with each other using HTTP protocols. What is HTTP? Well, it stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and how it works is very simple. From the browser side, a client opens a connection to make a request and waits until it receives a response from the server side. Now, to see the basics of using the developer console, we're going to be using the simple web app, which you can find in the following link, which I'll also be putting in the description below. So now to open the developer console, you can either right click and click on inspect, which opens the developer console, or you can use the shortcut Ctrl-Shift-I, which also opens the developer console. So once you've opened the developer console, the first thing you need to do is go to the Networks tab, and in here make sure that Disable Cache is ticked. What this does is it helps us see the change we make to our app immediately, instead of the browser showing us a cached version of our application. So make sure that Disable Cache is ticked. We use the Network tab to see the different HTTP protocols that are being made in our application. But right now, it's empty. What we need to do is reload our page. So you can either use the shortcut Ctrl+R, or you can go to the top left corner and press on the Reload This Page button. And now, as you can see, we get two events. One is of type document, and the other is of type PNG. Now, to see more detail about each event, you can press on it, and we get the following information. Under the Headers tab, we have the general information of our event. So the request URL is the URL we gave to the browser, and the request method here is GET. That is because we want to get information from the server, and the status code says 200 OK. That means our request was sent successfully. Now, under the response headers, we can see that we got a content of length 320, and we got a content type of text/HTML. That is because we requested a web page from the server. And if we go to the response tab, we can see the actual response we got from the server, which is an HTML document. Here we can see a concept called DOM, which stands for Document Object Model, which simply means a tree-like structure of our HTML document. At the top of everything, we have the HTML tag. Then inside the HTML tag, we have the head and the body tag. And when we go inside the body tag, we have a div. And inside the div, we have an H1, a P, an A, and an image tag. So this is the basic DOM representation of our HTML document. We can also expand and see more information about the second event we got. And once we click on it under headers, we can see that the request URL is the following. So we requested a picture, and the request method was GET. That's because we wanted to get the picture. And the status code is 200, which means we were successful. And under the response headers, that means the response we got back from the server, we can see that the more important information here, since it's a picture, is the content type, which was image/PNG. So this has been a basic introduction to the developer console. And one thing I forgot to mention is in this course, we're going to be using the Chrome browser. You can follow along with other browsers as well, but it is recommended that you install the Chrome browser. Now, the first thing you need to do is make sure that you have Node installed on your computer. If you haven't installed Node, you can go to our Getting Started with JavaScript video, which I'll be putting in the description below, and you can follow the steps there to download Node, and you can come back to this video. The easiest way to get started with React is using the Vite tool. The reason we chose Vite for this course is because of its fast development servers and its instant project setup. Now we're going to create our first React application. The editor we'll be using throughout this course is going to be VScode, but you can choose an editor of your choice. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. And we're going to call it Introduction to React. And once we've created our folder, we're going to open our terminal. Now the shortcut to open a terminal in VS Code is Ctrl-Shift backtick. So we're going to open our terminal. And the next thing we need to do is we need to navigate to the folder we just created. So we're going to use the cd command. And we're going to go to Introduction to React. Now in here, we're going to run a series of commands to create our application. The first command we're going to run is npm create vite at latest. Then we're going to give the name of our application. In this case, we're going to call it part 1. Then we're going to have 4 hyphens. Then we're going to have template. Then we're going to have React. So let's break down this command. npm is our package manager. The create command is used to generate a new project using a certain template. Vite at latest signifies that we want to use the latest version of Vite. Part 1, as I said, is going to be the name of our project. And we use the hyphens to separate the npm specific commands and the Vite specific commands. And once we've done that, we're going to press enter. Now we've created our application, so we're going to navigate to it. Again, we're going to use the cd command, and we called our application part 1. And once we are in here, we're going to run another command, which is npm install. What this command does is it's going to install all the dependencies of our project. So this is going to take some time, so we're going to wait till it finishes. Once the command finishes, we're going to go to our application. So our main code is going to be located in the source folder. And in here, we're going to be focusing on 2 files, so we can delete the rest. So we can delete the assets folder. We can delete app.css. We can delete index.css. So the 2 files we're going to be focusing on are the app and the main file. Now by default, these are going to have some code, but we're going to clear them out and start from scratch. So we're going to clear out the main file and we're going to clear out the app file. In our app file, we need to create and export a React component. So a React component is a self-contained, reusable piece of code. And the syntax is very similar to creating an arrow function in JavaScript. So in this case, we're going to create a component called app. So the syntax is as follows. We're going to have the const keyword. Then we're going to have the name of our component, which is going to be app. Then we're going to have empty parentheses. This is because our component is not going to take any input. Then we're going to have our arrow. And here we're going to return a block of code. So we're going to display hello world to our browser. So we're going to return an h1 tag that says hello, world. And once we've created our component, we need to export it. And to export it, we're going to use the following line, which is export default. Then we're going to put in our component name. Here, default is not required, but it signifies that app is going to be the root of our application. And now we're going to go to our main.jsx file. In here, we want to import our app component and we're going to render it to our browser. So we're going to import app from app. We also need to import React DOM, which is used to manipulate our DOM, which is a tree-like structure of our HTML. So we're going to import React DOM, and we're going to import it from React DOM/client. Now we've imported all we need, so we're going to render it to the screen. So we're going to use React DOM. Now we're going to use the createRoot function, which is going to render a tree. And in here, we're going to pass document.getElement by ID, and the ID is going to be root. So in most React applications, there is going to be a root HTML element where the entire React component is mounted. So using this statement, we're going to target that component. And finally, we're going to use the render function, and we're going to pass it the component we want to render, which is the app component. So we're going to have angle brackets, and in between, we're going to have the name of our component, which is app. Now we can save our file. And again, we're going to open the terminal. And in here, we're going to run a command to actually start our application, which is npm run dev. As you can see, we got an error that says missing script. That is because we haven't navigated to where our application is located. So we're going to use the cd command to go into Introduction to React and again into part 1. Now we can run the npm run dev command and we get the following link, which is where our application has started. As you can see, it started on port number 5173. So by default, it's going to go to that port number. Unless this port number is unavailable, in that case, it's going to go to the next available port number. Now we can follow this link to our browser. As you can see, we get hello, world displayed in the browser. One thing you should always do is have the developer console open, since that is the only way we can debug our code. So we're going to open it using the shortcut Ctrl+Shift+I. And if we had errors, we could see it in the console tab. Now we can also return multiple statements from our component. But one thing we need to remember is if we have multiple components to return, we need to wrap them in something like a container. So in this case, we're going to wrap it with a div tag. So we're going to have a div. And in here, we're going to have an h1 tag that says hello. And we're going to have a p tag that says world. And now if we save our file and go to the browser, we see that we get multiple statements rendered to our browser. Now, since it's very common to return multiple statements, we can actually omit the div word from the angle brackets and it would work the same. The code we are returning from our component might look like HTML, but in reality, it's actually a language called JSX. JSX might look like HTML, but it's actually a way of writing JavaScript code. Now we can also have multiple components in our application. So now let's move the hello world heading into its own component. So we're going to use the same syntax. We're going to have const and we're going to call the component hello. It's going to take no input and it's simply going to return an h1 tag that says hello, world. Now to use this component in our application, we're going to return it from our app component. And to use a component, the syntax is an angle bracket. Then we're going to have the name of the component we want to use, which in this case is hello. Then we're going to have a slash and another angled bracket. Now if we save our file and go back to the browser, we see that hello, world is displayed in the browser. We can also use the component we created multiple times, but as we said before, if we have multiple statements to return, we need a container. So again, we're going to use the div container. And in here, we're going to have multiple hello components. Now if we save our file and go to the browser, we see that we get hello world multiple times. Our components can also take input, so we're going to pass in input to our component using props. So in the parentheses we're going to write props, and in our return statement we're going to use this as input. So we're going to have hello space, then we're going to have a name. So to use that, we're going to have the following syntax. We're going to have curly braces, and inside the curly braces we're going to have props.name. So you can think of props just like an object. So we're accessing the object's name attribute. So to actually give it a name, we're going to go to our app component and we're going to have name equals to, then we're going to pass in the name we want to give. So let's just give John, and we're going to give the second one Smith, and we can remove the third hello call. Now we can save our file and we're going to go to our browser. As you can see, we get hello John and hello Smith. So this is how our exercise is going to look once we are done. It's going to have a course title, then it's going to have different parts. So the first part is going to be fundamentals of React, and it's going to have the number of exercises associated. So in this case, it's going to have 10, and it's going to have a second part, which is using props, and it's going to have 13 exercises, and it's going to have a third part, which is using states, and it's going to have 9 exercises. And finally, we're going to have the total exercises, which is calculated by adding the individual exercises, which in this case is going to be 32. So let's create a new folder, and we're going to call it course info exercise, and we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. And once we are here, we're going to run our commands. If you don't understand what these commands are, you can watch the previous video in which I explain each command and break it down. So our application is going to be called course info, and we're going to use the React template. Then we're going to change our directory to our project, which is course info. And in here, we're going to run npm install, which is going to install our dependencies. And once that's finished, we're going to head over to our application and to the source folder. And again, we're going to delete the unnecessary files. In our app file, we're going to create our component. It's going to take no input. And in here, we're going to define different courses. So we're going to have a variable called course, and it's going to hold the value full stack web development. And we're going to have a variable called part 1, which is going to be fundamentals of React. And we're going to have an exercise associated with it. So how many exercises this part has. In this case, we're going to give it 10. And again, we're going to have another part. We're going to call it using props. And it's also going to have an exercise, and we're going to set it equal to 13. And we're going to have our final part, which is part 3, and we're going to set it equal to using states. And it's also going to have an exercise, and we're going to give it a value of 9. Now we have our variables ready, so we're going to return our block of code. So again, since we're going to be returning multiple components, we're going to have a container, And in our container, first we're going to have an h1 tag that is going to display the course. We're going to be using curly braces if we want to substitute the variable course in our return statement. So we're going to have curly braces, and inside the curly braces we're going to have course. Then we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to consist of the name of the first part and its number of exercises. So we're going to have this 3 times. So we're going to copy this and paste it. And we're going to have part 2 and part 3, exercise 2 and exercise 3. And finally, we're going to have a tag that's going to calculate the total number of exercises. So we're going to have a p tag, and we're going to have total exercises, and we're going to substitute the sum. So inside the curly braces, you can do calculations. So we're going to calculate the sum of the exercises. So exercise 1 plus exercise 2 plus exercise 3. And now we can save our app file, but we also need to export this component. So we're going to have export default app. Now we can save our file and go to the main file. In here, we're going to import our app component. We're also going to import React DOM. And in here, we're going to render our components. So we're going to have create root, and we're going to pass in document.get element by ID. And we're going to pass in root, and we're going to render our component. Now, if you don't understand this line, you can go to the previous video where I explain each part. Now we can save our file and open our terminal. And we're going to navigate to our project, which is in the course info exercise folder and inside course info. In here, we're going to run the npm run dev command so we can start our application. As you can see, the port number is no longer 5173. That is because our previous application is still running. So I'm going to close that application, and I'm going to run npm run dev again. So now I've closed the previous application, and if I run npm run dev, I get the default port number, which is 5173. So now if we go to our browser, we get the following result, which is what we wanted. Now we need to think about our application's scalability. So let's say we had multiple courses. In that case, our code would be very repetitive and prone to errors. So to fix these issues we might face, we should refactor our code to use multiple React components. So in the return statement, we're going to remove our previous code, and we're going to write our components. So the first component we're going to have is the header component, which is going to take input, and it's simply going to return an h1 tag with the actual header. So we're going to have props dot, in curly braces, we're going to have props dot course. So we're going to pass in this course when we actually call the header component. Now the next component we have is going to be the content component, which is going to be the name of each part and the exercise it contains. So we're going to create a component called content, and it is going to take input. So we're going to have props, and in here we can actually nest in another component. So we do that by returning. So we're going to return, and in here we're going to have a container which holds another component which we're going to create, which is going to be a component called part. So what part is going to do is it's going to take the name of a part and the number of exercises, and it's going to display it. So we actually haven't created the part component, so we're going to create it now. So we're going to have const part. It is going to take input, and it's going to return a p tag with props.part. So we're going to pass in the part name, and we're going to have a space, and we're going to pass in the number of exercises. So this is going to be our part component. So now we can fill it in. So we're going to have part, and we're going to set it equal to whatever props.p1 is. So now when we use the content component, we're going to pass in p1, and we're also going to pass in the number of exercises. So we're going to have exercises, and in here we're going to pass in props.e1. Now, since we have 3 parts, we're simply going to copy and paste this 3 times, and we're going to change p1 to p2, e1 to e2, and finally we're going to have p3 and e3. Now the content and the parts component should be working, and we're going to have a final component that's going to calculate the total amount of exercises. So we're going to call it total. It's going to take an input, and it's going to return a p tag, which is going to be props.e1 plus props.e2 plus props.e3. So now we're going to provide these informations in our root component, which is the app component. So back here, first we're going to put in our header component, which takes a course input. So we're going to pass in our course variable. Then we're going to have a content component, which takes 3 parts. So we're going to have p1, and we're going to set it to part 1. We're going to have p2, and we're going to set it to part 2. We're going to have p3, we're going to set it to part 3. And it's also going to take the number of exercises. So we're going to have e1, and we're going to set it to exercises 1. We're going to have e2, and we're going to set it to exercises 2. And finally, we're going to have e3, and we're going to set it to exercises 3. And we're going to close our component. And finally, we're going to have the total component, which is going to take, again, the number of exercises. So we're going to have e1, and we're going to set it to exercises 1. We're going to have e2, and we're going to set it to exercises 2. And finally, we're going to have e3, and we're going to set it to exercises 3. And we're going to close our component. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we get the same output, but here we forgot to add the text total exercises. When we calculate the total number of exercises, we can simply fix that by going back to our component. And in the total component, we're going to add the text total exercises. And now if we save our file and go back to the browser, we get our desired output. So let's create a folder called JavaScript Concepts. And in here, we're going to create a new file. Let's just call it concepts.js. So the first concept we'll be seeing are variables. So the main thing that we have to consider here is the difference between the const and the let keyword. So for example, we can have a variable called x, and we can set it equal to 1. And we can have another variable called y, and we can set it equal to 5. So here we're going to simply console.log x comma y. So if we run this code, we get 1 and 5. So now we're going to increase y by 10. So we're going to have y plus equals to 10. And again, we're going to console.log x comma y. So here what we expect is 1 and 15. And if we run it, we get 1 and 15. Now we're going to set y to something completely different. So we're going to set it to, let's say, some text. And we can save our file, and we're going to console.log it again. And if we run it, we get 1 and some text. But now if we were to say x and we're going to assign it a new value, let's say 4. Now if we save our file and if we run it, we get an error which says assignment to constant variable. So this is the main difference between the const and the let keyword. If we're using the let keyword, we can reassign our variable to something else, but if we're using the const keyword, we cannot reassign our variable. So the next concept we're going to be looking at are arrays. So we can use the const keyword to create an array, and we're going to set it equal to 1, 2, 3. We can console.log our array. If we save our file and if we run it, we get 1, 2, 3. So one thing we can do here is we can use different array functions. So there's a function called push, which adds an element to the end of the array. So we can say nums.push, and we can pass in a value, let's say 4. And now if we run our code, we get 1, 2, 3, 4. So what you need to notice here is even though we use the const keyword to declare our array, we can change its elements. This is because as a whole, the nums variable points to an array object. And even if we change elements, we'd still be pointing to the same array object. That is why we're not getting an error. Now, when it comes to arrays, there are different methods we can use. So here we're going to be looking at the main ones. So the first one we're going to look at is the for each function. So we're going to have nums.forEach, and we're going to have a parameter, a num parameter, and we're going to console, and we're going to console.log this num. So the for each method is used to loop through each element of our array. So this num variable is going to be assigned to each element of our array, and we're going to be printing it out. So if we save our file and if we run it, we get 1, 2, and 3. Now the next function we're going to be looking at is the concat function. So what the concat function is going to do is it's going to create a new array from another array. So we can have another array, we're going to call it nums2, and we're going to set it equal to nums.concat, and we're going to pass in what we want to add. So let's just put in 4. So here the concat function is not going to change the original array. Instead, it's going to create a new one with the additional values. So now if we console.log nums, and we're also going to console.log nums2. Now if we save our file and if we run it, we see that the original array hasn't been changed, but our new array has the new element 4. The next method we're going to be looking at is the map method. So again, the map method is going to create a new array. So we're going to have another variable called the nums2, and we're going to set it equal to nums.map. And in here, we're going to have a num, and we're going to have a block of code. So in this case, we're going to have return, and we're going to have an li tag. Then we're going to have the num. Then we're going to have another li tag. So what the map function does is it's going to let us modify the elements of our array. In this case, we're using it to create list elements with each array element. And as I said before, as the concat function, the map function also does not change the original array. Instead, it creates a new one. So now if we console.log nums2, and if we run our file, we get 3 li tags. The next concept we're going to be seeing is the destructuring assignment. So let's just get rid of this, and in our array we're going to add a couple more elements. And now we're going to use destructuring. So we're going to have const, and in square brackets we're going to have different variable names. So let's say first, second, and this is the destructuring assignment. It's going to be 3 dots, and we're going to give it a name. So let's just say rest. And we're going to set this whole expression equal to our array, nums. So the first variable here is going to be assigned to the first element of our array. The second variable is going to be assigned to the second element of our array. And the rest variable itself is going to be an array, and it's going to contain the remaining elements of our array. So let's just console.log all the variables and let's see what we get. So we're going to console.log first, we're going to console.log second, and we'll also console.log the rest variable. Now if we save our file and we run it, as you can see, we get 1, we get 2, and we get the rest of our array. So we can use the destructuring assignment with objects as well. So this is actually very important because we're going to be using it very often when we write our applications. So let's create an object. Now to create an object, we're going to use the const keyword and we're going to give our object a name. Let's just give it person. And in curly braces, we're going to have different key value pairs. So in this case, we're going to have the key name and we're going to give it John. And the key value pairs are going to be separated using a comma. So we're going to have age, we're going to set it to 20. And finally, we're going to have education and we're going to set it to PhD. Now to access different elements or different values of our object, we're going to use either the dot operator or square brackets. So we can say console.log and we can pass in person.name. So if we save our file and if we run it, we get John. We can also console.log person, and in this case we're going to use the square brackets and we're going to pass in age using double quotes or single quotes. So we use the square brackets when our keys are more than one word. So if our key was, let's say we had is space student, we can't do this. This is going to cause an error. So we need to add quotation marks at the beginning and at the end. And we can give it a value. Let's just say true. Now, if we wanted to access this attribute, we can only use square brackets, because if we said person dot is space student, this is going to give us an error. Instead, we should use square brackets. And in here, we can pass in is space student. Now, if we save our file and if we run it, we get true and we get 20. Now back to the destructuring operator, we can have const and in curly braces this time. Last time we had square brackets because we were dealing with arrays, and in curly braces, we're going to have different variables. Let's call them name. And we're going to have age, and we're going to have education. And we're going to set this equal to our person object. Now we can save our file, and before that we're going to use the console.log function, and we're going to print out, let's just say we're going to print out the name and the education variable. Now if we save our file and if we run it, we get John and we get PhD. One thing you need to notice here is that the variable name needs to match with the key in our object. So if we got rid of this E, and if we saved our file, and if we console.log the same thing, and if we run our file now, we get undefined. That is because the key does not match the variable. The final concept we're going to be seeing is functions. So to create a function, we're going to use the const keyword and we're going to give our function a name. Let's call it square. And we're going to pass in a value. So we're going to have an input. Let's just give it x. And we're going to return x times x. Now there is another way of defining functions in JavaScript, but throughout this course we're going to be using arrow functions exclusively. One thing you need to notice here is we did not use parentheses when we passed in our input. That is because we only have one input. If we had multiple inputs, we would have had to use parentheses. Now to call our function, we simply write the name and we're going to pass it a value. Let's just say 10. And we need to console.log it to see the result. Now if we save our file and if we run it, we get 100. Now as an exercise, we're going to refactor our course info application using objects. So we're going to go to our application. Now we're going to refactor the parts variables and we're going to use an object instead. We're going to be using an array of objects. So we're going to get rid of this and we're simply going to call it parts and we're going to set it equal to an array. And in this array, we're going to have different objects. So the first object is going to have name and it's going to be fundamentals of React. And it's also going to have an exercise and it's going to be 10. And we're going to have, since we have 3 parts, we're going to have another object. Its name is using props. And it's going to have an exercise attribute and it's going to be 13. And we're going to have our final parts with name equal to using states. And it's going to have an exercise of 9. Now we've refactored our parts variable. Now we need to actually use it in our code. So in our main or in our root component, we're simply going to pass in the whole array. So here we're going to go to content and we're going to give it parts and we're going to set it equal to our parts variable. Again, in the total as well, we're going to give it our parts variable. Now we need to go and adjust our different components. So we don't need to change the header component. Now in the content component, instead of passing in props.p1, we're going to have props.parts. So we need to name this parts since in our main application we gave it parts as an attribute. Now inside parts, we need to access the first element of our array. In that case, we're going to be using square brackets. And since we are accessing the first element, we're going to have 0. Since arrays are indexed starting from 0, then we're going to use the dot operator to access the attributes of our object, of our first object. So we're going to access the name attribute. And again, we're going to go to the second one and we're going to go to the second element of our array and we're going to access the name attribute. We're going to do the same for the third part. And in the exercises as well, we're going to have parts. And from our first object, we're going to extract the exercise attribute. We're going to do the same for the second part. We're going to extract the exercise attribute. And finally, we're going to do the same for our third object. So we're done with our content component. Now the final thing we need to change is the total component. In here, instead of using props.e1, we're going to have props.parts and we're going to get the first object and we're going to access the exercise attribute. Again, we're going to do the same for the second one. And finally, we're going to do the same for the third one. So now we can save our file and we're going to open our terminal. So we're going to head to our application folder, which is in course info exercise. And we're going to cd into our course info application. And in here, we're going to run npm run dev. And now if we go to our browser, we can see that we have the same output. Till now, all our applications have been such that their appearance remains the same after the initial rendering. So what if we wanted to create a counter, for example, where the value is increased as a function of time or at a click of a button? So first, we're going to create our application without using state. And as we will see, this method will not be so effective. So we're going to go ahead and create our folder, and we're going to call it state and event handlers. Then we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. And we're going to run our command. Now, if you do not understand this and other commands, I've explained them all in my first video. So you can go to that and come back to this video. So we're going to call our project state, and we're going to use the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project, and we're going to run npm install, which is going to install our dependencies. Once that's done, we're going to go to our code, which is located in the source folder. Again, we're going to delete the files we don't need. And inside the app and the main file, we're going to clear everything out. So in our app file, we're going to create our app component, and we're going to pass in an input. So we're going to use props, and we're going to return a div. Which simply displays props.counter. Now, using the knowledge we gained from the previous video about JavaScript concepts, we can simplify this code using destructuring. So let's say here we could have a variable called counter, and we could set it equal to props.counter, and we can use this variable. Now we can further simplify this using destructuring. So instead of using a variable, we're going to directly pass in our counter variable as input. So what this is going to do is it's going to take whatever object we give it, and it's going to assign it to the counter variable. So once we've done that, we're going to export our component. And in our main file, we're going to import the component. We're also going to import React DOM. And we're going to render our component to the browser. And we're going to run the render function, and we're going to pass it our app component. Now, this is what we would usually do, but in this case, our app component actually takes in an input. So we're going to pass in a counter. So let's just create a variable called counter, and we're going to set it equal to 1, and we're going to pass it in to our component. Now, if we ran this, we would simply just get 1, but instead we want to increase our counter each time, and we want to re-render our screen. And in order to do that, we're going to move the render statement inside a function. So let's just call it refresh. It's not going to take any input. And we're going to put in our render statement inside this function. So now what we want to do is call the refresh function, and we're going to increase our counter variable by 1, and we're going to call refresh again. Then we're going to increase counter by 1, and let's do it one more time. Let's call refresh, and let's increase counter by 1. So now we can save our file and open the terminal. We're going to navigate to our project, which is in state, and we're going to cd into state. And in here, we're going to run npm run dev. And now if we go to our browser, and if we refresh the page, we simply get 3. And as always, we should always have our developer console open So we're not seeing 1, 2, and 3, we're simply seeing 3. That is because the re-rendering is happening very fast. So we need to add a delay so we could see the numbers increasing. So we're going to go back to our code. And in here, we're going to use a function called setInterval. So what the setInterval function does is it's going to add a delay to whatever code we pass into it. So we're going to remove this and we're going to call the setInterval function. So what this does is it's going to take a function as its first input. And inside the function, we're going to have whatever code we want to run, which in this case is going to be refresh. And we also want to increase our counter. And the second input it takes is the interval in which we want to run this code. So in our case, we want to run it, let's say, every 3 seconds. So in that case, we're going to have 3000 since the setInterval function takes input in milliseconds. So this is going to be the same as a 3-second interval. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we get 1, then we get 2, then we get 3. Now you may have noticed that in the console we're getting an error. That is because we're making repeated calls to the render method, and this is not the recommended way to re-render components. Now we're going to see the better way of accomplishing the same effect using component state. So we're going to put back our main file to how it usually is. So we're going to delete this and we're going to also remove our function. We also don't need the counter variable anymore. So we're going to remove that as well. And inside parentheses, we're going to remove the counter attribute. And now we're going to save our file. Now we're going to go to the app file. Now to use state in our application, we need to import it. So the way we do that is using import, and in curly braces, we're going to have use state. Then we're going to import it from React. The reason we use curly braces is because we want to specifically import the useState function so we can use it directly in our code. Now to use it, first we're going to remove the input from our app component since we don't need it anymore. And in here we're going to define a variable called, let's call it counter and set counter. Now these are the two variables we're going to be using. Now you've seen this syntax before when we were dealing with destructuring arrays. So we're going to see that again here. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And in parentheses, we're going to pass in an initial value we want counters to be. So let's just pass in 0. So the useState function is going to return an array with 2 items, which we are going to be destructuring to the counter and to the set counter variable. And initially counter is going to be 0 because we passed in 0 to the useState function. Now we're going to use another built-in function called set timeout. And this function also takes in a function as an input. So in the set timeout function, we're going to run the following piece of code. So in order to change the state of our counter variable, we're going to be using the set counter. So we're going to call set counter. And we're going to pass it whatever counter currently is plus 1. So what this is going to do is it's going to increase counter by 1 each time this statement is called. Now we're going to have a timeout of, let's say, 3 seconds. Now you might have noticed that here we did not use the setInterval function, we used the set timeout function. That is because we do not need to have an interval here. Each time the set counter function is called, our page is going to re-render, so we do not need an interval, we just need a timeout. So after 3 seconds, the set counter function is going to be called, and that is going to trigger a re-rendering of our component. And again, set counter is going to be recalled with a new value, and that is how the counter is going to be increased. So we do not need an interval. So now we can simply return a div that displays our counter, and we can save our file and go to the browser. And now we get 0, then we get 1, then we get 2. So we're getting it in 3-second intervals. And if you look at the console, the error has disappeared because we're using the right method to re-render our component. So this is how you use state in your application. Now let's look at event handlers. Event handlers are used to detect when a specific event happens in your application. For example, now we're going to be seeing a mouse click event. So we're going to refactor our code so that instead of a timeout, we're going to increase our counter by the click of a button. So we're going to remove the set timeout and we're going to return multiple statements. So we need a wrap. And in here, first, we're going to simply display our counter as we did before. So we're going to say counter and we're going to pass in the counter variable. And now we're going to have a button that is used to increase our counter. So we're going to have a button tag. Now, to get this event of clicking the button, we need to use the onClick attribute of our button. So what this is going to do is whenever the button is clicked, it's going to run a function, which we're going to pass in here. So we're going to pass in a function called increase counter, which we haven't defined yet, but we're going to define it now. So we're going to define this function. We're going to have const increase counter, which takes in no input, and it's simply going to use the set counter function to increase our counter by 1. We also need to add in some text to the button. Let's just add a plus symbol. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we have our counter, and when we press on our button, our counter increases. We can also have multiple buttons. So let's add buttons to decrease our counter and to set our counter to 0. So we're going to copy this button and we're going to paste it 2 more times. And we're going to pass in a different function each time. For the second one, we're going to pass in a function called 0 counter, which we're going to be defining. And finally, we're going to have a decrease counter function. And we're going to also replace the text with a minus. And for the 0 counter, we're going to have the text 0. So now let's define our functions. So the first function we're going to define is the decrease counter function, which takes no input, and it's simply going to use the set counter function to pass in counter minus 1. So it's going to decrease our counter variable. We also need to define the 0 counter function, which also takes no input, and it's going to use set counter and it's going to pass in 0. So it's going to set our counter to 0. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we have 3 buttons. So if we press on the 0 button, it resets our counter. The plus button increases our counter, and the minus button decreases our counter. In the previous video, we saw a simple example of using a single state, but let's say we wanted 2 states in our application. One way of achieving this is using the useState function twice. So let's just see this in action. We're going to create a new folder called more complex state. And we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to this folder and we're going to run our commands. Let's call our application more state. And we're going to use the React template and we're going to cd into our newly created application, which is more state, and we're going to install our dependencies. Once that's done, we're going to navigate to the source folder and we're going to delete the unnecessary files and we're going to clear out our main and our app file. So since we're going to be using states, we're going to import it using curly braces. And we're going to define our app component, which takes no input. And in here, we're going to, as we said, we're going to use 2 useState functions. So we're going to create our first one. We're going to call it left and set left. And we're going to set it equal to useState with an initial value of 0. And we're going to have another one called right and set right. And we're going to set it equal to useState with an initial value of 0. So we're going to have two buttons. So we're going to be returning a wrap. Since we're going to be returning more than one statement, we're going to have whatever the value of left is. Then we're going to have our first button, which is going to say left. Then we're going to have another button, which says right. And we're going to display the value of the right variable. Now we're going to give these buttons an event handler. So we're going to have the onClick event, and we're going to run a function called increase left. And on the other button as well, we're going to have an onClick function, and we're going to have an increase right function. Now we haven't defined these functions, so we're going to define them now. First, let's define the increase left function, which takes no input, and it simply runs set left, and it's going to pass in left plus 1. So it's going to increase the left counter, and we're also going to define the increase right function, and it's going to set our right counter to whatever right is plus 1. And we're going to go to the bottom and we're going to export our component, and we can save our file, and we're going to go to the main file and we're going to import our component. We're also going to import React DOM, and we're going to use React DOM to render our component using create root, and we're going to pass in document.get element by ID, and we're going to give it root, and we're going to finally render our component, which is the app component. Again, we've misspelled React, so we're going to add a C here, and we're going to save our file, and now we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project, which is in more state, and in here we're going to run npm run dev, and now we're going to go to our browser. As you can see, we have two buttons and two counters. When we press on the left button, the left counter increases. When we press on the right button, the right counter increases. Now there is another way of implementing this using only one useState function. In order to do that, we are going to be using objects. So instead of having two useState functions, we're going to have one. Let's have the const keyword. We're going to call it click and set click. And we're going to set it equal to useState as we did before, but instead of passing 0, we're going to pass in an object. So we're going to pass in an object with a left attribute set to 0 and a right attribute set to 0. So in our increase left function, instead of using the set left, we're going to define an updated object. So we're going to have a new click, let's call it new click, and we're going to set it equal to an object with a left attribute of whatever click.left is. In the first render is going to be 0, so it's going to get 0, and we're going to add 1 to it. And we're going to leave the right component the same. So we're going to have click.right. And once we've done that, we're going to use the set click function, and we're going to pass it the new click. And we're going to do the same thing for increase right. We're going to have a new click. And this time we're going to leave the left attribute as it is. So we're going to have click.left. And we're going to increase the right attribute by 1. And using the set click function, we're going to pass in our new click. And the final thing we need to change here is we need to display the value click.left instead of just left, and click.right. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. And as you can see, the application still works. We're going to press the left button and the left counter increases. When we press the right button, the right counter increases. Here we can see a concept called the object spread syntax, and what this does is it takes all the properties and values from one object and puts them into a new object which we are going to be creating. And once it's done that, you can add attributes that you want to change. So we're going to be using the object spread syntax when we create a new click. So instead of having the right attribute, we are going to remove it. And at the top of our object, we're going to have 3 dots followed by the object we want to copy, which is the click object. So what's happening here is we're going to be copying the attribute of the click object to our new object, which is new click. And when we want to update a certain attribute, we can simply put it after the object spread syntax. So we're going to do the same for our increase right function. So we're going to have 3 dots followed by click, and we don't need to change anything else. We can save our file and go to the browser. And as you can see, everything still works. Now let's see how we handle arrays when it comes to component state. So here we're going to have an array of characters which stores which button was clicked, and it's going to display it on the screen. So we're going to have another useState. So we're going to define const. We're going to call it all clicks, and we're going to have a function which is going to be set all clicks, and we're going to set it equal to useState. And initially we want our array to be empty since no button is clicked initially, so it's going to be empty. And once we've done that, each time a button is pressed, we're going to go into these functions. So we need to change these functions. When the left button is clicked, not only do we want to update our counter, we also want to use the set all clicks function, and we're going to pass it in whatever the all clicks array is, and we're going to concatenate L, which stands for the left button. So what this is going to do is it's going to add L to our array and it's going to display it. Actually, it's not going to display it. We're going to cover that in the return statement. And here we're going to do the same for increase right. When we press on the right button, we also want to update our array. So we're going to have all clicks, and we're going to use the concat function, which adds an element to our array. So we're going to add R when we press the right button. And once we've done that, we're going to display it in the return statement. So here we're going to have a p tag, and in here we're going to pass in the array, which is all clicks. And since we want to not display it as an array but as a string, we're going to use a function called join. So we're going to have .join, and what this function does is it's going to join the elements of an array using whatever we pass in the parentheses. So in this case we just want a space. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. And now if we press on the left button, as you can see, L appears. And when we press on the right button, R appears. We can also add a total state, which is going to store the total number of buttons clicked. So we can define it here. We're going to call it total, and we're going to have a function set total, and we're going to use state and give it an initial value of 0. Now every time a button is clicked, we want to use the set total function, and we're going to set total to whatever total is plus 1. And we're going to do this for both the left and the right, so we're going to have it here as well, plus 1. And we're going to go to the return statement, and we're going to add it at the bottom. So we're going to have another p tag, and in here we're going to pass in the total clicks, and we're going to give it the value total. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we have total clicks, and it's going to calculate the total number of buttons that we have pressed. Now we can also have conditional rendering, which means we render different things to the screen based on a certain condition. So we're going to be using this for the all clicks state. So we're going to have a separate component called history, which is going to store the history of the buttons clicked, and it's going to take in an input which is an array of all the clicks that have been pressed. And inside our component, we're going to have our conditional statement. So we're going to have if all clicks dot length. So this is an array function that returns the length of our list. So if this is equal to 0, that means no buttons have been pressed. And in that case, we want to return a div that says press the buttons to start using the app. And we're going to have another condition. So if this condition is not true, that means we have elements in our array. And in that case, we want to return a div that says button history. And it's going to display, as we did before, all clicks.join with a space. So we're going to use this component in our app component. So instead of p tag, and we're going to use the history component, and we're going to pass in the all clicks attribute, and we're going to give it the all clicks array that we have in our app component. Now if we save our file and go to the browser, we can see that initially we get the text, press the button to start using the app, and as soon as we press one button, we get the button history. So this is conditional rendering. This is how our application is going to look. We're going to have a feedback. We're going to have good, neutral, and bad, and we're going to show the statistics. So initially we're going to have no feedback shown, but when we press one of the buttons, the feedbacks start to appear. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. We're going to call it feedback exercise. And we're going to open our terminal. And we're going to navigate to this folder. In here, we're going to run our commands. And we're going to call our project feedback. And we're going to use the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project. And now to install our dependencies, we're going to run npm install. Once that's finished, we're going to open our folder, and in our source folder, we're going to delete the unnecessary files. And we're also going to clear out our app and our main file. In our app file, since we're going to be using states, we're going to import state using curly braces. And we're going to define our app component. First, we're going to define our state variable, which is going to be called feedback, and set feedback. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And we're going to give it an initial value, which is going to be an object, which has 3 attributes. The first one is going to be good, with an initial value of 0. Then we're going to have neutral, set to 0, and finally we're going to have bad, also set to 0. Now to control these feedbacks, we're going to have 3 buttons, so we're going to return them. The first button is going to have the text good, then we're going to have a button for neutral, and finally a button for bad. Now these buttons are going to have an onClick attribute. For the first one, we're going to pass in a function called increaseGood. For our second button, we're going to have an onClick function, increaseNeutral. And finally, for our third button, we're going to also have an onClick function, which is increaseBad. Now before the buttons, we're going to have a header, which says feedback. And now we're going to define the different functions. So first let's define the increase good function. It's going to take no input, and it's simply going to use the setFeedback function. But first we need to define an object that represents our new feedback. Now you may have noticed that we never directly use the feedback variable. Instead, we create a copy of our feedback variable and we use the setFeedback function. We do this so that we don't get undesired outputs, which may happen when we directly use our state variable. So we're going to create a new feedback, and we're going to copy the attributes of our feedback variable. The only thing we're going to change is the good attribute. We want to set it to whatever feedback.good is plus 1. And now we can use the setFeedback function, and we're going to pass in our new feedback. Next, we're going to define the increase neutral function, which also takes no input. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to define a new feedback, and we're going to copy the attributes of our feedback variable. And this time we're going to change the neutral attribute, and we're going to set it to feedback.neutral plus 1. And we're going to use the setFeedback function and pass in our new feedback. Finally, we're going to define our increase bad function, which takes no input. And we're going to have our new feedback object and copy the feedback attributes. And we're going to change the bad attribute. We're going to set it to whatever feedback.bad is plus 1. And we're going to use the setFeedback function and pass in our new feedback. Now we're actually going to display these stats. So we're going to go to our return statement, and underneath the buttons, we're going to add another header that says stats. And we're going to have different p tags. So the first p tag is going to say good, and it's going to display the value of feedback.good. We're going to have another p tag for neutral, and we're going to display feedback.neutral. And finally, we're going to have a p tag for bad, and we're going to display feedback.bad. Now we're done with our component, so we're going to export it. So we're going to have export default app. Now we can save our file and go to the main file. And here we're going to import our component. We're also going to import React DOM. And we're going to use React DOM to render our component. Now we can save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project, which is in feedback, exercise, and we're going to cd into feedback. And here we're going to run npm run dev. Now if we go to our browser, as you can see, we get our feedback application. When we press on the good button, our good stats increase. When we press on the neutral button, our neutral stats increase. And finally, when we press on the bad button, our bad stats increase. When displaying our stats, we can actually use conditional rendering. So here we're going to create a new component called stats, which is going to take in 3 variables. So we're going to have good, neutral, and bad. So we're going to be destructuring the variables. And in here, we're going to have our condition. So our condition is going to be if none of the buttons are pressed, we want to return a text that says no feedback is given. And if one of the buttons is pressed, we want to display our stats. So our condition is going to be if good is 0 and if neutral is 0 and if bad is 0. So this means that none of the buttons have been pressed yet. In that case, we want to display a div that says no feedback given. And if that is not the case, that means a button is pressed. We're going to return what we returned before. So we're going to have a p tag that says good, and it's going to display the good variable. We're going to have a p tag for neutral, and it's going to display the neutral variable. And finally, we're going to have a p tag for bad, which is going to display the bad variable. Now we're actually going to use this component. So we're going to go to our return statement, and we're going to get rid of our previous stats, and we're going to add in our stats component. So for the good attribute, we're going to pass in feedback.good. For the neutral attribute, we're going to pass in feedback.neutral. And finally, for the bad attribute, we're going to pass in feedback.bad. And we're going to close our component. And now if we save our file and go to the browser, we see that initially we get no feedback given. But if we press one of the buttons, then our stats are shown. This is what our application is going to look like. We're going to have a random anecdote displayed, and we're also going to have a voting system. So we can press on the vote button to increase the votes. And we're going to have a next anecdote button that is going to select a random anecdote from our list. So we're going to create a new folder called Anecdotes Exercise. Then we're going to open our terminal and navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run our commands. We're going to call our project Anecdotes, and we're going to use the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project, and we're going to install our dependencies. Once that's done, we're going to head over to the source folder, and we're going to delete the unnecessary files. Then we're going to clear out our main and our app file. Since we're going to be using state, we're going to import it in our app file. Then we're going to define our app component. So we're going to be storing the anecdotes in a list, and you can find this list in the description below, so you can copy and paste it. Once we have our list, we're going to create our state variable, and we're going to call it selected and set selected. And we're going to set it equal to useState with an initial value of 0. So we're going to use the selected variable to access different elements in our list. The selected variable is going to act as our index. So we're going to return a p tag that substitutes in anecdotes at the index selected. And we're also going to have a button with the text next anecdote. And it's going to have an onClick attribute. And we're going to give it a function called next anecdote. And we're going to define this function right now. So we're going to have const next anecdote. It's going to take no input. So in here, we want to generate a random number that we can set to selected, so we can randomly choose an anecdote from our list. And to do that, we're going to use the random function. So this is going to generate a random number between 0 and 1. But in our case, we want to generate a random number from 0 up to the length of our anecdotes list. So we're going to multiply this by anecdotes.length. The next thing we have to do is round our number down, because the math.random function also returns decimal numbers, which we do not want. So we're going to use another function, which is math.floor, which is going to floor our numbers. And finally, we're going to pass in this number to setSelected. So now we're done with our component, so we can export it. So we're going to export default app, and we're going to save our file. And we're going to go over to the main file, and we're going to import our component. We're also going to import React DOM. And we're going to use the React DOM library to render our component. Using the render function, we're going to pass in our app component. So now we can save our file and open the terminal and navigate to our project, which is in Anecdotes Exercise and in Anecdotes. And here we're going to run npm run dev. And now if we go to our browser, as you can see, we get an anecdote and a next button. So we can press on it, and a random anecdote is chosen from our list. And as always, we should have our developer console open. So now we're going to add the voting system to our application. In order to do that, we're going to need another state. We're going to call it votes and set votes. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And we're going to give it an initial value of array, and we're going to pass in the length of an array we want, which in this case is going to be the same as anecdotes. And we're going to use the fill function to fill in the value 0. So how this is going to work is this array is going to represent the amount of votes each anecdote has, and we're going to use it to display this vote. And we're going to use a button to update this array. So in our return statement, we're going to add another button that says vote, and it's also going to have an onClick attribute. And we're going to give it a function voting system. So now we're going to define our function. So we're going to have const voting system. It's not going to take any input. So as before, we're going to create a copy of the votes array. We're not directly going to change anything. So we're going to create a copy, and we're going to use the spread operator to copy votes. And we're going to update the currently selected anecdotes vote by 1. And finally, we're going to use the set votes function, and we're going to pass in our updated array. And in our return statement, we're going to display this vote. So we're going to have another p tag that says has, and in curly braces, we're going to substitute in votes at the selected index, and we're going to say votes. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, the votes get displayed. So if we press on the vote button, the vote for the current anecdote increases. Now if we press the next anecdote button, the votes reset, and if we look for that anecdote again, we should see that it has 4 votes. So we're going to create a new folder called collections, and we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run our commands. We're going to call our application notes, and we're going to use the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project, and we're going to install our dependencies. Once that's done, we're going to head over to the source folder, and we're going to delete the unnecessary files. and we're going to clear out our main and our app file. Now in our main file, we're going to import our app component. We're also going to import React DOM. And here we're going to define our collection, which in this case is going to be a collection of notes, which you can find in the description below, so you can copy and paste it. So our notes collection is going to be an array, and each element is going to be an object, and each object is going to have 3 attributes. It's going to have an ID, it's going to have a content attribute, and an important attribute. So this is going to be our notes collection. Now we're going to render our component, and to the render function we're going to pass in our app component, and we're going to give it an input of notes, and we're going to pass in our collection. Now we can save this file and go to our app file, and here we're going to define the app component, which is going to take an input which is going to be notes, and in here we're going to return the different notes. So we're going to have a header that says notes, and we're going to have an unordered list. So the tag for an unordered list is UL. And in here we're going to have different list items. So we're going to have different li tags. So for the first one, we're going to have notes at index 0, and we want to access the content attribute. Since we have 3 notes, we're going to copy and paste this 2 more times. And we're going to change this to 1 and this to 2. And finally, we're going to export our component. Now we can save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project. And we're going to cd into notes, and we're going to run npm run dev. Now if we go to our browser, we get the different notes displayed to our screen. Even though this works, this is not an effective way of rendering our notes. So we can imagine if we had 100 notes, then we would have to have 100 li tags. So this is not very efficient. So instead, we're going to be using the map function. So in our ul tag, we're going to have curly braces, and we're going to have notes.map, which is going to have a note parameter, and we want to return an li tag. So we're going to have li, and in here we want to access the notes content attribute. So now if we increase the number of notes we have, we don't have to change anything in our code. So we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, our notes get displayed. But if you look at the developer console, we're getting a warning. So the warning says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. React uses these keys to quickly figure out what changed when our list is updated. So they're used to prevent mix-ups and make updates faster. So we should include key attributes when we are using li tags. In our map function, when we're returning an li tag, we're going to give it a key attribute, and we're going to set it equal to note.id. Since all our notes are going to have an ID attribute, we're going to use them as keys. So now if we save our file and go to the browser, as you can see, the warning has disappeared. Now you may be wondering why we don't use the array indexes as keys, but this can cause some problems. This is mainly due to the lack of stability. So when our list changes, the different indexes are also going to change. So our keys are not going to be consistent. So now let's do some refactoring. So we can create a component called note, which takes in a note input, and is simply going to return an li tag that displays the content attribute of our note variable. So we're going to use this component. So we're going to get rid of our li tag. And in here, we're going to pass in our node component, which takes in an input. So we're going to have node, and we're going to pass in the node parameter we get from our map function. And we're also going to pass in our key attribute, and we're going to set it to node.id, and we're going to close our component. Now you might have noticed that we put the key attribute when we use the component instead of directly in the li tag. The key attribute should always be applied to the highest level element that is being repeated in a list, which in our case is the node component. This helps React manage the components in our list properly. So we should always have the key attribute on the highest level element. Now to further organize our code, we're going to move our component to a separate directory. So you can imagine if we had a large project, then we would have multiple components in one file. So in order to be organized, you would move the different components into their own file. So to practice that, we're going to move our node component into its own file. So we're going to select it and cut it. Then in our source directory, we're going to create a new folder called components. And in here, we're going to create a new file. And the file name is going to be based on the component name, which in our case is going to be node. So we're going to have node. And the extension is going to be JSX. Now in here, we're going to paste in our component. And in order to use it, we're going to export it. So we're going to have export default node. And now we can save this file and go over to our app file. And we're going to import the node component. So at the top, we're going to have import node from, and we're going to access the current directory. Then we're going to go in components. Then we're going to get the node file. When you're importing a component, you do not need to add the .jsx extension. So now we can save our app file. And if we go to our browser, our application still works. Since we have a lot of refactoring to do, we're going to start from scratch. In our main file, we're going to import the app component. We're also going to import React DOM. And now we're going to define our collection, which is going to be a collection of our courses. You can copy and paste the collection from the description below. So the collection is going to be an array, and each object in the array is going to represent one course. So the first course has a name, an ID, and it has a parts attribute, which is an array of objects. So inside the parts, we're going to have different objects with their own ID. And now we're going to render our component using React DOM. And in the render function, we're going to pass in our app component, and it's going to take an input, which is going to be the courses. And we're going to pass in our courses collection. Now we can save our main file and go to our app file. In here, we're going to define our app component, which takes in an input. In here, we're going to return the different courses using the map function. So in curly braces, we're going to have courses.map, and we're going to get the course parameter, and we want to return a course, which we're going to be defining in a separate component called course, which is going to take in a course input, and we're going to pass in the course we get from the map function. We also need to define a key attribute, which we're going to pass in course.id, which we have in our collection. And finally, we're going to close our component. And now we need to define this course component. So we're going to have const course, and it's going to take in a course input. And here we're going to return a div that contains two components. So we're going to have a header component, which also has a course input, and we're going to pass in the course we get. And it's also going to have a content component, which also takes the course as input. And now we need to define these components. So we're going to have header, which takes in course. And what the header is going to do is it's going to return an h1 tag that displays the name attribute of our course. Next, we're going to define the content component, which also takes the course as input. And in here, we're going to return the different parts. So we're going to have multiple parts, so we need the map function again. So in curly braces, we're going to access course.parts. So we're accessing the parts attribute, which is an array. That means we can use the map function. And for each part, we're going to return another component, which we're going to define, which is the part component. And this component is going to take an input called part, and we're going to pass in the part we get from the map function. Now, since this is a list, we also need a key attribute, and we're going to pass in part.id, which we defined in our collection. And now we can close our component, and now we're going to define the part component. So we're going to have const part. It's going to take an input called part, and in here we're going to return a p tag that displays the part's name, followed by a space and the part's exercises. So now we've defined all our components, so we can export the app components. So we're going to have export default app, and we're going to save our file, and we're going to open the terminal. We're going to navigate to our project, and we're going to cd into course info, and we're going to run npm run dev. Now if we open our browser, as you can see, we get the different courses and their parts displayed on the screen. The next thing we want to do is display the total number of exercises for each course. So we're going to define a separate component called total, which is going to take an input, which is going to be the course. And we're going to return a p tag. We're also going to use the strong tag, which is going to make whatever text we put bold. And in here, we're going to have total exercises. And in curly braces, we're going to pass in course.parts, which is going to give us the array of parts. And we're going to use a new function, which is the reduce function. And in here, we're going to pass in another function called getSum, which we're going to define, and we're going to pass in 0. So the reduce method or function takes two inputs, a function and a value. And inside the function that we pass in, which in this case is the getSum function, we're going to get two parameters. The first one we're going to call total, and the second one we're going to call part. So the 0 we passed in to our reduce method is going to get assigned to the first parameter as an initial value, which in this case is the total parameter. And the next input we get is the individual elements in our array. So in our case, when we get the individual elements, we want to access their exercises attribute. So we're going to have a return statement. And here we're going to pass in total plus part.exercises. So what this does is it's going to add the different number of exercises to the total variable, and finally we would get the sum of all our exercises. Now we're going to add our total component. In the course component, we're going to add a call to the total component, and we're going to give it the course attribute. And now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, the total exercises are displayed together with the different courses. Now our program is completely extendable. That means without touching anything in our app file, we can add courses with a different number of parts, and our application would still work. So let's add an additional course to test this. So in our collection, we're going to add another course. We're going to give it a name. Let's call it Python. It's going to have an ID of 3. And it's going to have a parts attribute, which is going to be an array. And the first part is going to be called Flask. And it's going to have 10 exercises. And we're going to give it an ID as well. And we're going to have another part. We're going to call it Django. And it's going to have an exercise attribute of 5. And we're going to give it an ID as well. And now if we save our main file and go to the browser, the new course we just added gets displayed with no issues. Now the final thing we're going to do is move our components to a separate directory. So we're going to cut them. And in our source folder, we're going to create another folder called components. And we're going to create a new file. Since our highest level component is the course component, we're going to name the file after that component. And in here, we're going to paste all the components. And at the end, we're going to export our main component, which is the course component. And now we can save this file and go back to our main file. And we're going to import course from the current directory. We're going to go to components, then to course. And now if we save our file and go to the browser, we get the same output. So we're going to head over to our Notes app. Now to get our page to update every time a new note is added, we need to add state to our notes. So we're going to define a state variable called notes and set notes. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And we're going to give it an initial value of props.notes. We're using props here because we want to avoid ambiguity since our state variable is also called notes. So in our app parameters, we're going to pass in props. Now, if we wanted to start with an empty list of notes, we would simply pass in an empty array to our useState function. Under our UL tag, we're going to add a form tag. And in here, we're going to have an input tag, which is going to take inputs from the user. And we're also going to have a button of type submit. And it's going to have the text add. Now the form tag has an onSubmit attribute, which takes a function. Now this function is going to run when we press the submit button. So we're going to call it save note. So we're going to go ahead and define this function. So we're going to have const save note. And as a parameter, we're going to get an event. So this event is a description of everything that happens when we submit our form. Now the first thing we need to do here is call event.preventDefault. Here the preventDefault function prevents the default behavior of submitting a form. The default behavior of a form is that once we click a submit button, a request is sent to our backend and it's going to cause a page reload. But in our case, we want to handle the form on the client side. So that's why we're going to prevent the default behavior. Now the next question is, how do we actually get the text from the input element? To accomplish this, we're going to be using controlled components. So the input tag currently is an uncontrolled component, meaning that the element itself manages its own value. So what we mean by control component is using JavaScript to control and monitor what's in the input field instead of letting the input field manage itself. So to do this, we're going to define a new state. We're going to call it new note and set new note. And we're going to set it equal to the useState function. And we're going to pass in a text let's just pass in a new note. The one thing we forgot to do is import the useState function. So we're going to import useState from React. Now we're going to use the new note variable in our input tag. So in our input tag, we're going to define the value attribute, and we're going to pass in our new note variable. Now we're going to save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to the collections folder, and we're going to cd into notes, and we're going to run npm run dev. Now we're going to go to the browser. As you can see, the value of the input field is a new note, but there is one problem. If you try to edit this text, it won't let you. So if we look at the developer console, we get a hint to what is wrong. So if we read out the warning, it says you provided a value prop to a foreign field without an onChange handler. Now, since we've taken control of our input field, we ourselves need to define what happens when a user tries to change the text in the field. In our case, we only provided what the initial value should be, but we also need to handle what happens when the user tries to change this initial value. And to do this, we're going to use the onChange handler. So in our input tag, we're going to have an onChange attribute, and we're going to pass in a function. Let's call it handle node change. And now we're going to define this function. So we're going to have const handle node change, and it's going to have an event as a parameter since it's part of our form. Using the event parameter, we can actually access the value that the user inputs into the input field. So in order to get that, we're going to use event.target.value. So this is going to be whatever text is inside the input field. So we're going to pass this to our setNewNote function. So now we're actually handling the node change. That means whenever the input field is changed, we're storing it in the new node variable. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. Now we can actually edit the text inside the input field. So that means we've successfully handled the node change. Once we've done that, we can go back to our saveNote function. And in here, we're going to create a new object. Since we've discussed that we don't directly edit a state variable, so we're going to create a new object called noteObject. And we're going to give it 3 attributes. So it's going to have a content attribute. And we're going to set the content to whatever the user inputs, and whatever the user inputs is stored in the new note variable. Then we're going to have an important attribute. For now, we're simply going to generate a random importance. So we're going to use the random function, and we're going to have a condition which says less than 0.5. So we're going to get a random number. If it's less than 0.5, our important attribute is going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. And finally, we're going to give it an ID. For now, the ID is going to be the length of our notes plus 1. So it's going to be added at the end of our notes. Once we've created our note object, we're going to use the setNotes function, and we're going to pass in notes.concat, and we're going to concatenate our new object. Once we've done that, we want to clear the input field. So we're going to use the setNewNote function, and we're going to pass an empty string. So now we can save our file and go back to the browser. Now if we put in a text, let's say hello world, and we press on the add button, as you can see, our note gets added to our list. Finally, we're going to add one more functionality to our app, which is going to be a filter, which is either going to show all the notes, or it's going to show the notes which are important. That means their important attribute is set to true. So again, we're going to need another state called showAll, and set showAll. and we're going to set it equal to useState, and we're going to give it an initial value of true. Now we're going to define a variable called notes_to_show. And here we're going to be using the ternary operator. So if you don't know what that means, it simply means we're going to have a variable and we're going to set it equal to a condition. Then we're going to have a question mark, then we're going to have a value, then we're going to have a colon, and we're going to have another value. So how this works is if the condition is true, then the variable gets assigned value 1, and if the condition is false, the variable gets assigned value 2. So using this, we're going to define our notes_to_show variable. So our condition is going to be the show all state, and if this is true, then we want to set notes_to_show to our entire notes list. So we're going to set it to notes. But if show all is false, then we want to use the filter function. So we're going to say notes.filter, which is going to give us the note parameter. And here we're going to have a return statement. If this return is true, then the note is going to be included in the filter. And if the return is false, the note is not going to be included in the filter. So we're going to pass in note.important. So if the important attribute is true, then the note is going to be included. If it's false, the note is not going to be included. Now down in our return statement, instead of passing in notes, we're going to pass in notes_to_show, which is the new variable we just created. And to control this variable, we're going to have a button. Now the text of this button is also going to be a condition. So we're going to be using the ternary operator again. So we're going to have the word show. Then in curly braces, if show all is true, that means all the notes are being shown. So we want the text important. If show all is false, that means all the important notes are being shown. So we want the text all. Now this button is going to have an onClick attribute. And since this function is simple, we're going to pass it in directly. So we're going to have a function, and every time the button is clicked, we're going to use the set show all function, and we're going to simply take the opposite of whatever the show all variable currently is. So we're going to use an exclamation mark, then show all. So if the show all variable is true, then pressing this button is going to make it false. And if the show all variable is false, pressing this button is going to make it true. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, we have a show important button since currently all the notes are being shown. So if we press this button, then only the important notes are going to be shown. So this is what our application is going to look like. It's going to have a filter where we can filter out our contacts. Then it's going to have a form where we're going to put in a name and a number. Then we can add that number to our contacts. And at the bottom of the page, it's going to display the different contacts we added. So we're going to create a folder called Phonebook Exercise. Then we're going to open our terminal and we're going to cd into that folder. Then we're going to run our commands. We're going to call our project Phonebook. And we're going to be using the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project. And in here, we're going to install our dependencies. Once that's done, we're going to go to the source folder and delete the unnecessary files. We're also going to clear out our main and our app file. In our main file, we're going to import the app component. We're also going to import React DOM. And in here, we're going to define our collection, which in this case is going to be the names of people and their number. So we're going to call it persons, and it's going to be an array. And each element is going to be an object with a name attribute. So let's put in John. There's also going to be a number attribute. So we're going to put in a random number. And finally, it's going to have an ID attribute. And once we've defined our collection, we're going to render our component to the screen using React DOM. And in the render function, we're going to pass in the app component, and we're going to give it an input, which is going to be our persons collection. Now we can save our main file and go to the app file. Since we're going to be using state, we're going to import it. Then we're going to define our app component, which is going to take an input. We're using props here to avoid ambiguity, since we're going to be having a state variable called persons. So the first state we're going to have is going to be called persons and set persons. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And initially it's going to have our collection. So it's going to be props.persons. The next state variable we're going to have is the name variable and the set name. And we're going to use the state function, and we're going to give it an empty string as its initial value. And the final state we're going to have is the number state and the set number, and we're going to set it equal to useState, and it's going to have an initial value of an empty string. Now we're going to write our return statement. So first we're going to have an h1 tag that says phone book. Then we're going to define our form. Since we want the different elements to be on separate lines, we're going to use a div. And inside the div, we're going to have our input tag. So we're going to have name, then we're going to have our input tag. For the second one, we're going to have number, and we're going to have another input tag. And finally, we're going to have a button of type submit. And it's going to have the text add. Now the input tags are going to have a value attribute, which is going to be our state variables. So the first one is going to have the name variable, and the second input is going to have the number variable. And as we saw in the previous video, we also need an onChange attribute, which is going to run when the user tries to change the input field. So for the first one, we're going to have handle name change. And for the second one, we're also going to have an onChange attribute, and we're going to pass in handle number change. Now we're going to define these functions. So first, let's define handle name change. And it's simply going to use the set name function, and it's going to set it to event.target.value, which is whatever value is inside the input field. We also need to pass in event as a parameter. And next, we're going to define the handle number change function, which also takes in an event. And it's going to use the set number function, and it's going to set the number variable to event.target.value. Now we've dealt with the input tags, so we're going to go to our form tag and add the onSubmit attribute. So when the form is submitted, we want this function to run. We're going to call it save person. and we're going to define this function. So we're going to have save person. It's going to take an event as an input. And here, if you remember, the first thing we have to do is call event.prevent default, which is going to prevent the default behavior of submitting a form. Then we're going to create our person object, our new person. So we're going to call it new person. And now the attributes must match the one we already created in our main file. So it's going to have a name attribute, and we're going to set it to the name variable. It's going to have a number attribute, and we're going to set it to the number variable. And finally, it's going to have an ID, which for now we're going to set to persons.length. So the length of our list plus 1, since it's going to be added at the bottom of our list. Once we have our person, we're going to use the setPersons function, and we're going to pass in whatever persons is, and we're going to concatenate our new person object. Once we've done that, we want to clear out the input. So we're going to call setName and pass it an empty string. And we're going to call setNumber and also pass it an empty string. And finally, we're going to go to the return statement, and we're going to actually display the different numbers. So we're going to have a header that says numbers. Then we're going to have a div tag, and in here, in curly braces, we're going to call persons.map, which is going to give us an individual person. And here we want to return a p tag with the person's name, followed by a space, then the person's number. Now, one thing we should remember here is that since we're dealing with a list of people, we need to provide a key attribute, and we're going to give it person.id. And now we can export our component. So we're going to export default app, and we're going to save our file and open the terminal. We're going to navigate to our project, which is in phonebook exercise, and we're going to cd into phonebook. And here we're going to run npm run dev. And now we're going to open our browser. As you can see, our collection has rendered, so we already have John Smith. So we're going to add an additional contact. So let's put in Abel, and let's put in a random number. And when we press add, we get the contact added to numbers. Next, we're going to add a filter functionality. So our filter is simply going to filter out the person's list by name. So to do that, we're going to need another state called filter and set filter. And we're going to assign it to useState. And initially, we're going to give it an empty string. Now in our return statement, we're going to have a div that says filter, and it's going to have an input field, and we're going to set the value of this input to our filter variable. It also needs to have an onChange attribute, and we're going to set it equal to handle filter change. So we need to define this function. So we're going to have const handle filter change, which is going to have an event as an input. And here we're going to use the set filter function, and we're going to pass in event.target.value. So now we've handled the filter change. So now we're going to define a new variable. We're going to call it persons to show, and we're going to use the ternary operator. If you don't know what that is, I've explained it in the previous video. So here we're going to have a condition. So the condition is going to be if filter.length is equal to 0, that means the filter input field is empty. In that case, we want this to be the same as our persons list as a whole. But if the filter is not empty, then we're going to use the filter function to filter out the people based on their name. So we're going to have persons.filter, which is going to give us the individual person. And now if we return true, then this person is going to be included in the filter. And if we return false, this person is not going to be included in the filter. So to do this, we're going to use another function called includes. So for readability purposes, we're going to move this to a new line. And here we're going to have person.name, which is going to give us the name attribute of the person. Then we're going to convert it to lowercase using the toLowercase function. Then we're going to use the includes function, and we're going to pass in our filter, which is also going to be converted to lowercase. Converting it to lowercase lets us make our filter case insensitive, and the includes function simply checks if the person's name includes the filter. And once we have this variable, we're going to use it in our return statement. So instead of displaying persons, we're going to display persons to show. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. For readability purposes, we can actually move the filter to the top. So now, as you can see, we have a filter input, and we're going to add some names. So let's add in Abebe, and we're going to give it a random number. Let's add Kabede, and we're going to also give it a random number. And now let's minimize our console so we can see the full page. And in our filter, if we put in J, as you can see, only John is shown. If we put in A, only Abebe is shown. And if we put in K, only Kabede is shown. So our filter works. Finally, let's add one more functionality that doesn't allow the user to add the same name twice to the contacts. So to do that, we're going to go to the savePerson function. And in here, before we call the setPersons function, we're going to check some conditions. So let's declare a variable called exists. And initially, we're going to give it a value of false. Then using the for each function, we're going to loop through our persons array, which is going to give us a person parameter. And in here, we want to check a condition. So if person.name is equal to the new person we created dot name. So we're going to check the name attributes. And if they are the same, we want to set our exists variable to true. So once we've done that, we're going to get out of the for each statement. And here we're going to have an if condition. So if exists, that means the contact already exists. And in that case, we want to use the alert function, which is going to pop up a message box. And in that message box, we want to display, here we're going to use a formatted string. So we're going to have the new person dot name. And we're going to say this person is already added to phonebook. This is going to happen if the person already exists. If that is not the case, that means exists is false, then we want to add that person. So in that case, we were going to move the setPersons function inside the else statement. So now we can save our file and go to the browser. And now if we try to add a person with the same name, let's put in John Smith, and give it a random number. And if we press on add, we get our message box that says John Smith already added to phone book. We're going to head over to our notes project, which is in the collections folder. For this video, we're going to be using a tool called JSON server, and this tool is going to act as our backend server for now. So at the root of our project, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it db.json. And in here, we're going to put in our collection. So we're going to head over to our main file, and from here, we're going to copy the different notes that we have, and we're going to head back to our db.json file. Now, the syntax we have to follow here is first, we're going to have curly braces, and in here, we're going to have a key. So in our case, we're going to call it notes, and this key is very important. It's going to be part of our server link. So our server is going to be localhost : then we're going to have our port number, then we're going to have a slash, then we're going to have this word. So in our case, we're going to have notes. Now the value of this key is going to be our collection. So we're going to have an array, and in here, we're going to paste in our different notes. The syntax is a bit different when we're dealing with JSON files. All the keys need to be in quotation marks. So we're going to add quotations to all the keys. We also changed the single quotes to double quotes, and now we can save our file. And the next thing we need to do is install the JSON server tool. And we want to install this tool globally so it works on every project. And in order to do that, we need to open our command prompt with administrative privileges. In here, we're going to run the following command. We're going to have npm install JSON server. Here, npm is the package manager, and we're using the G flag since we are doing a global installation, and we're going to press enter. Once the installation is done, we can exit out of our command prompt. The next thing we need to do is run the JSON server. So we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project, which is in collections and in notes. And in here, we're going to run the following command: npx JSON server -- port 3001 watch db.json. The port flag lets us provide the port number we want our server to run on. The watch flag keeps track of the different changes we make to our server, and db.json is going to be the name of the file that contains our collection. And you might have noticed here that we used npx instead of npm. That is because we're running this command locally in our project. Now we can press enter. Now we're going to open the link under resources in our browser. When you open the link, your page might look a bit different. If you want to get the same format that I'm using, you can install an extension called JSON View, which I'll be putting in the description below. And once you've installed that extension, you should have the same format as I do now. So now our plan is going to be to save notes to the server we just created, which is the JSON server. Our React code is going to fetch the notes from the server and is going to render it to the browser. And when we add a new note, we're going to send it to the server. That means if we reload our page, the new note we added should not disappear since it's going to be saved to our JSON server. So our first task is going to be fetching the already existing notes to our application from the JSON server. We're going to be using the Axios library to communicate between the browser and the server. So we need to install the Axios library, and we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project. And in here, we're going to run npm install Axios. Once that installation is complete, we're going to run one more command, which is npm install JSON server -- save dev. What this command does is it installs the JSON server as a development dependency. What does this mean? A development dependency is a package that is used during development of our application and testing our application, but it is not going to be required when we put our application to production. So we're going to press enter. Now, since we've been running relatively long commands, we can actually use a shortcut. We can go to our project and navigate to package.json. And in here under the scripts key, we can add a new key. We're going to call it server. And it's going to have the value JSON server at port number 3001. It's going to have the watch tag and it's going to have our server name. So what this is going to do is we can simply run npm run server and it's going to start our server at port number 3001. One more thing you need to notice here is that we're going to be using two terminals. One terminal is going to run our application and another terminal is going to run our JSON server. So we're going to start both of them up. So we're going to open our terminal. If you haven't closed the previous terminal, close them and we're going to start from the beginning and we're going to navigate to our project. And first let's run our application using npm run dev. Now we can press on the plus icon, which is going to give us a new terminal. And in here, we're going to run our server using npm run server. We get an error. That is because we haven't navigated to our project's directory. So we're going to cd into collections and to notes. And now we can run npm run server. Now we're running both our application and our JSON server. In our main file, we're going to go to the top and we're going to import Axios from Axios. We're going to be using the Axios library to communicate with our server. So we're going to be using different functions like get, which is going to get data from our server. We can also use a function called post, which is going to send data to our server. Now we're going to look at the get function. So let's just create a variable. We're going to call it promise. And we're going to set it equal to axios.get. And in here, we're going to pass in the link to our server, which is http localhost/notes. Now to see what this looks like, we're going to console.log the promise. And we can save our file and go to the browser. Now, if we look at the console, we get a promise object. So the axios.get function returns something called a promise. So a promise in JavaScript is like a placeholder for a future result of an operation that may be successful or unsuccessful. In our case, if we expand our promise, we see that the promise state is fulfilled. That means our promise was successful. But let's say if we gave the get function an invalid URL, in that case, we would have a promise state of rejected. So promises are used to represent asynchronous operations, such as fetching data from a server or reading a file, where the result isn't immediately available. When the get function sends an HTTP request to the server, this might be successful or unsuccessful, as we said, and we can control what happens using different functions, which we're going to be looking at. In our promise, we can use a function called then, which is going to give us a response. And in here, we can run code that executes if our promise was fulfilled or if our promise was successful. So we're simply going to console.log the response. And another function we can use is the catch function. So this also gives us a response. In the catch function, we're going to have code that's going to execute if our promise fails. So here we're going to simply console.log error. And now if we save our file and go to the browser, if we look at the console now, we get another object. And if we expand it, we get the following information. The main thing we need to focus on here is the data attribute. If we expand the data, we see that it is an array, and this array contains all the nodes we have in our server. So we're going to be using this property to display the different nodes that we have in our JSON server. Back in our code, we're going to remove the catch and the then function for readability, and we're going to pass it in on a new line. So we're going to have promise.then. Then we're going to have our response. And in here, we're going to create a new variable and we're going to call it notes, and we're going to set it equal to what we just saw. So we're going to use response.data, which is an array that contains the different notes that are in our JSON server. Since we're going to be using this variable, we can delete our collection from our main file. The next thing we need to do is move the React DOM function inside our promise in order to use the notes variable. So we're going to copy our render and we're going to pass it in our promise. And finally, we can add a catch function, which is simply going to console.log error. Now this might look like it works fine, but we're going to run into different problems. The main file in our project is our entry point to our application, and placing a promise in here would make our application less responsive, since it's going to be pausing the execution of our program and it's going to be waiting till the promise is dealt with. So it's a good practice to move all our promises to our app file instead. So we're going to put our main file back to how it usually is. So we're going to delete the promise. And finally, since we're not going to be taking in a notes input, we're going to remove it from our component. We're also going to remove the import statement since we're going to be having it in our app file. So we can save our main file and go to our app file. We've been using the useState function till now in our projects, but there's also another very important function which we're going to be using, which is the useEffect function. The useEffect function lets you manage side effects. So side effects are actions that occur outside the normal flow of your component. So this could be fetching data from a server, which is what we're going to be using it for. So basically, we use the useEffect function when we want to deal with asynchronous operations. So in our import statement, we're going to add useEffect. We also need to import Axios. Since we don't have any more input, we're going to remove props, and as the initial value of our notes variable, we're going to pass in an empty array. Now here we're going to use the new function we just imported, which is the useEffect function. So we're going to have useEffect, which is going to take two parameters. The first is going to be a function, and the second parameter is going to be a list of dependencies, which in our case is going to be an empty list. And inside the function, we're going to have the piece of code that is going to execute asynchronously. So we're going to have our Axios function inside the useEffect. So we're going to have axios.get, and we're going to pass in our server. Then we're going to use the then function, which is going to give us a response, and we're going to use the setNotes function and give it the value of response.data. Now we can save our file and go to the browser. As you can see, our notes are rendered from our JSON server. Now we've properly implemented rendering our initial notes from our JSON server. So this is going to be a relatively short video. We're simply going to implement what we saw in the previous video in our phonebook project. So we're going to head over to our project, which is under the phonebook exercises folder. And in here, we're going to create our JSON file. So we're going to call it db.json. And in here, we're going to have our collection. Since we only have one contact, we can simply write it out here. So we're going to have our key, which we're going to call persons, and it's going to be part of our server link. And we're going to have an array of objects. So the first is going to be name, and we're going to give it John Smith. Then we're going to have a number. And finally, we're going to have an ID. Now we can save our file. The next thing we need to do is open our terminal and navigate to our project. And in here, we're going to run npm install Axios, which we're going to be using to communicate with our server. The next command we're going to run is npm install JSON server --save dev. If you don't know what this command does, I've explained it in the previous video. And finally, we're going to create our shortcut. So we're going to head over to package.json. And under our scripts, we're going to add a new script called server. And we're going to give it the value JSON server at port number 3001 with the watch flag. And we're going to pass in our server, our JSON file. Now we can save this. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to run our server in our application, which is going to require 2 terminal windows. So in the first terminal, we're going to run npm run dev. Then we're going to create a new terminal. And in here, we're going to first navigate to our folder. And in here, we're going to run npm run server, which is going to launch our JSON server. Next, we're going to head over to our main file. Since we're going to be using the JSON server, we can remove our collection. And we also need to modify our render function. Since our app component no longer takes any input, once that's done, we can save this file and head over to our app file. And here we're going to import different libraries and different functions that we're going to be using. The first one we're going to add is the useEffect function, which is going to let us run side effects. The next thing we need to import is Axios. Once that's done, we're going to remove the props from our app component, and we're going to give our persons array an initial value of an empty array. Now we're going to use the useEffect function. So we're going to have useEffect, which takes in 2 inputs, a function, and a list of dependencies, which in our case is going to be an empty array. And inside the useEffect function, we're going to have our Axios call. So we're going to have axios.get. Then we're going to pass in our server. Next, we're going to use the then function, which is going to give us a response. And in here, we're going to use the setPersons function. And we're going to pass in response.data. As we saw in the previous video, response.data contains an array of the different objects we have in our JSON server. So we're going to set that array to our persons array. Now we can save our file. And if we open our browser, we can see that John Smith has been rendered to our screen. In the previous videos, we saw how to get data from the server, but now we're going to actually be altering different data in the server. So right now, when we add a note, it doesn't actually get sent to the server. So in this video, we're going to be implementing that. And in order to do that, we're going to go over to our save note function, which deals with saving notes. And in here, we're going to remove the set notes function, since this only sets the notes array displayed in our browser, and it doesn't actually change anything in our server. So we're going to remove it, and we're going to be looking at a new Axios function, which is the post function. And this post function takes in the URL of our server as its first input. And the second input is going to be whatever we want to send to our server, which in our case is going to be our new object, which is the note object. Then we're going to use the then function, which is going to give us a response. And in here, we're going to use the set notes function, and we're going to pass it in notes.concat, and we're going to give it response.data. Now here, response.data is going to be representing the note object. So we can also use notes.concat, and we can pass in note object. It's the same with response.data. And finally, we're going to clear the input field. So we're going to use set new note, and we're going to pass in an empty string. So now not only do we save the note to our notes array, but we're also going to be adding the note to our JSON server. So we can save our file and we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to our folder. And first we're going to run our application using npm run dev. And in a new terminal, we're going to navigate to our project again. And in here, we're going to run our server using npm run server. Now let's head over to our browser. We can see that all our initial notes get rendered. And when we add a new note, let's say hello world, and when we press add, we get an error that says 404 not found. So this is probably because we did not provide the proper URL to our server. So we're going to head back to our application and fix that. As you can see here inside the post function, we passed in the wrong URL. We need to add /notes. So now we can save our file and head back to the browser. And now if we create a new note, we're going to say hello world and press on add. We can see that hello world gets displayed to the browser. And if we open our server and refresh it, we can see that a new object has been added, which is the new note we just created. The next thing we're going to do is add a button that is going to be used to change the importance of our notes. So we're going to head over to our note component, which is in a separate file, which is in the components folder. Inside the note component, we're going to add in one more input. We're going to call it toggle importance. And in our component, we're going to create a new variable. We're going to call it label. And we're going to pass in a ternary function. So we're going to check note.important. So if note.important is true, then we want our label to be make not important. And if our note.important is false, then we want our label to be make important. Now in our return statement, next to our content, we're going to add a button, which is going to have the text of whatever label is. So it's going to depend on the importance of our note. And we're going to also pass in an onClick function, which is going to be the toggle importance input. So we can save our component and head back to our app file. In our return statement, in the note component, we're going to pass in an additional input, which is toggle importance. And we're going to give it a value of a function. And in this function, we're going to call another function called toggle importance of. And we're going to pass in an ID. So since we have access to the current note, using the map function, we're going to pass in note.id to this function. Now here you may have noticed that we didn't directly pass in the toggle importance of function. This is because our function takes in an input. And if we were to directly pass it in, the function would execute as soon as our component renders, and not when the button is clicked, which is not what we want. So whenever we have a function that takes in an input, we're going to be passing it in this way. So we're going to have another function, and inside that function, we're going to pass in whatever function we want to run when the button is clicked. If our function didn't take any input, we would pass it in like we did in previous videos, but in our case, it takes in the note's ID. So now we need to actually define this function. So we're going to have const toggle importance of, and as input is going to have an ID. And in here, we're going to define a variable called URL, and we're going to pass in a template string. So we're going to be using backticks. Then we're going to have our server link, and we're going to pass in whatever ID we have. So what this is going to do is it's going to create a custom link based on whatever ID we have. You can check this by going to your server and adding hyphen and putting in an ID. So whatever ID you put in, it's going to show you the note that matches that ID. So if you put in 1, it's going to show you the note that has ID 1. So you can check that in your browser. And once we have the URL, we're going to define another variable called note. And we're going to use a new function that we haven't used till now, which is the find function. So we're going to have notes, which is the array. Then we're going to have our find function, which is going to find a note that matches our description. So it's going to have n as input, and we're going to return n.id is the same as the ID we pass in to our function. So this is going to find the note that matches the ID that we passed to the function, and it's going to store it in the note variable. Once we have the note, we're going to create a new object. We're going to call it change the note. And this is going to use the object spread syntax. So we're going to copy everything note has, but we want to change one attribute, which is the important attribute. And we want to set it to the opposite of whatever important is. So if important is true, then it's going to set it to false. If important is false, it's going to set it to true. Once we've done that, we're going to have an Axios function. Since we need to communicate with our server, we're going to have a new function, which is the put function. Now, the put function is used to update a certain property in your server. So in our case, we're going to be updating the important property. So the first input is going to be the link to the object you want to change. So we're going to pass in our URL. And next, you're going to pass in the object you want to replace the old object with. So in our case, we're going to replace it with changed note. And then we're going to have our then function, which is going to give us a response. So we've already dealt with the server side. Now we are going to be dealing with the browser side. So we're going to use the set notes function. And we're going to pass in notes.map, which is going to give us a note. And in here, we're going to have a ternary function, which is going to compare notes.id. So if note.id is not equal to whatever ID we pass into our function, in that case, we simply want to return the note. But if the note's ID matches to whatever ID we passed into our function, in that case, we want to return our changed note, which is stored in response.data. So this is going to be dealing with the browser side functionality. The next thing we're going to do is refactor our code. That means we're going to be moving the code for communicating with the server to a separate file. So we're going to head over to our source folder, and we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it services. And in here, we're going to create a new file called note.js. And in here, we're going to have our different communication functions. So the first thing we need to do is import Axios from Axios. Next, we're going to define a variable called base URL, which is going to store the base URL of our server. So it's going to be http localhost /notes. The first function we're going to define is the getAll function, which takes no input and is simply going to return axios.get, and we're going to pass in the base URL. The next function we're going to define is a function called create, which takes in a new object as input, and it's going to return axios.post. The first input is going to be the base URL. The second input is going to be the new object. And finally, we're going to define a function called update, which takes in an ID and a new object. And this is going to return axios.put. And the first input is going to be the custom URL of the object we want to modify. So we need a template string, and we're going to pass in the base URL hyphen. Then we're going to pass in the ID. Now the second input is the new object that is going to replace the old one. So we're going to pass in new object. Once that's done, we need to export the functions. So we're going to have export default. And in curly braces, we're going to pass in the name of our different functions. So we're going to have getAll, we're going to have create, And finally, we're going to have update. Now we can save this file and head over to our app file. At the top of our app file, we're going to remove the import Axios since we don't need it anymore. Instead, we're going to be importing, let's call it Node services. We're going to access the current directory. Then we're going to head over to services, then to nodes. In our useEffect function, we're going to remove the Axios call, and we're going to have node services dot get all. In our save node function, we're going to remove Axios.post, and we're going to have node services dot create, and we're going to pass in the new object, which is node object. And finally, in our toggle importance of function, we're going to remove Axios.put, and we're going to have node services dot update. And we need to pass in two inputs. First, we're going to pass in the ID. Next, we're going to pass in the new object, which is changed node. Before we go to the browser, we made a typo when we were importing node services. So we're going to remove the S since we have our communication in a file called node.js. One more thing we need to change is in our changed node object. Here, what we need to pass for the important property is the opposite of whatever node.important is, instead of simply passing in important, since important is not defined. And one final thing we need to change is another typo in our node.js file. In our update function, we put in a backslash instead of a normal slash. Now we can save our file and head to the browser. As you can see, all our nodes are rendered. And if we look at the first node, it has an important attribute set to true. But if we press on our make not important button, then we change the importance to false. We can check this by going over to our server and we can refresh the page. And as you can see, the important attribute of our HTML is easy node is now false. So this is what our application is going to look like. We're going to put in, let's say, a new contact, call it Abel, and we're going to give it a random number, and we can add this contact. And if we check our server, this new contact gets added as well. We also changed the ID system. Next, we've also added the delete button. So if we head over to, let's say, Abel, and we press on the delete button, it disappears from our numbers. And if we also check our server, if we refresh the page, we can see that it also disappears from our JSON server. So we're going to navigate to our phonebook application. The first thing we're going to implement is saving our numbers to our backend, which in our case is the JSON server. We're also going to be changing the ID system that we have implemented. So we're going to head over to our savePerson function. And instead of simply calling the setPersons function, we're going to have an Axios function. So we're going to have Axios.post, since we're going to be sending data to the server. Then we're going to have our URL. Then we're going to have the data that we want to send. In our case, is going to be the new person object. Then we're going to use the then function, which is going to give us a response. And in here, we want to alter what we see on the browser side. So we're going to use the setPersons function, and we're going to pass in persons.concat. And in here, we can pass in new person, or we can pass in response.data, which is the same thing. So now our backend server is linked with our front end. And when we add a new contact, it's also going to appear in our JSON server. The next thing we said we're going to do is change the ID system. So instead of having persons.length plus 1, we're going to use the random function. And we're going to multiply it by, let's say, 1000. So it's going to generate a random number from 0 to 1000. And we're also going to include decimal numbers. This is going to decrease the likelihood of two contacts having the same ID. It's going to almost be impossible. Now we needed to change this for the next functionality that we're going to implement, which is deleting a contact from our server. But before that, we're going to refactor our code. That means extract the communication to the server to a separate file. So in our source folder, we're going to create a new folder called services. And in here, we're going to create a new file called persons.js. And in here, we're going to have the different communication functions. So first, we're going to import Axios. Then we're going to define our base URL variable, which is going to be http localhost/persons. The first function we're going to have is create, which is going to take in a new object, and it's simply going to return axios.post. The first input is going to be the base URL, and the second input is going to be the new object. Next, we're going to define the getAll function, which takes in no input, and it's simply going to return axios.get, and we're going to pass in the base URL. And finally, at the bottom of our file, we're going to export the functions. So we're going to have export default, and in curly braces, we're going to have create and get all. Now we can save this file and head over to the app file. And at the top of our app file, we're going to remove the Axios import, and instead we're going to import person services from the services folder and the persons file. Now in our useEffect function, we're going to get rid of the Axios call, and we're going to pass in person services dot then we're going to head over to the save person function, and we're going to remove axios.post, and in here we're going to pass in person services dot create, and we're going to pass in the new person object. Now we can save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project. And first we're going to run our application using npm run dev. Then we're going to create a new terminal and navigate to our project again. And in here we're going to run our server using npm run server. Now we can head to our browser. Actually, before we do that, we need to fix a typo. In the useEffect function, we actually need to pass in person services dot get all. Now we can save our file and head over to the browser. Let's add a new contact. Let's give it a name, Jack. And we're going to give it a random number. And we're going to press on add. On the front end, we can see that Jack has been added to our numbers list. And now if we head over to our backend and refresh the page, we can see that we have a new object, which is the new contact we just added. In addition, we can see that the ID is a randomly generated number. The next functionality we're going to add is making it possible to delete contacts. So we're going to add a delete button to each contact. And to make our code more readable, we're going to create a new component. And we're going to call it person. And it's going to take in 3 inputs. It's going to take in a name, a number, and a delete contact function. And in here, we want to return a p tag, which is going to have name, then number. And next to that, we want a button with the text delete. And this button is going to have an onClick function. And we're going to pass in delete contact. Next, we're going to head over to our persons.js file, which contains the different functions we use to communicate with the server. And in here, we're going to add a new function called del contact, which is going to take in an ID, and it's going to return a new Axios function that we haven't seen before, which is axios.delete. And in here, we're going to pass in a template string. So we're going to have our base URL. Then we're going to have a slash. Then we're going to have our ID. So this is going to generate a custom link for the contact with the given ID. Then it's going to pass it into axios.delete. And finally, we need to export this function. So we're going to add it to our export statement. And we can save this file. Now we're going to head back to our app.jsx file. First, in our return statement, instead of passing in a p tag, we're going to pass in our newly created component. So we're going to pass in the person component. And for name, we're going to give it person.name. And for number, we're going to give it person.number. We also need to provide a key since we're dealing with a list. And we're going to pass it in person.id. And finally, we need to pass in the delete contact attribute. And we're going to pass in a function we haven't defined yet. We're going to call it contact to delete. But this function is going to take in an input. And as we said in the previous video, if our function takes in an input, we need to call it in a different way. So in here, we're going to have another function. And inside this function, we're going to call the new function we're going to create, which is contact to delete. And it's going to take in an input, which is going to be an ID. So we're going to pass in person.id. And finally, we're going to close our component. Now we need to define this function. So we're going to have const contact to delete. And it's going to take in an input, which is going to be an ID. And in here, we need to first use the find function. So we're going to have const person, and we're going to set it to persons.find, which is going to give us an input p. And we want to check the condition p.id is the same as the ID we're going to pass into the function. So if that is the case, we're going to save that person to the person variable. Next, we're going to use the person services, and we're going to access the del contact function. In here, we're going to pass in the ID. So we're going to pass in person.id, and we're going to use the then function, which is going to give us a response. And in here, we want to change what we see in the browser side. So we're going to use the setPersons function, and we're going to pass in a filter. So we're going to have persons.filter, which is going to give us a person input. And if whatever we pass in to the function is true, then it's going to be included in the filter. So what we want to pass in is if person.id is not the same as the ID we passed into our function, that means that person is not selected to be deleted. And in that case, we want to display that person. So we're going to be using this filter. Now we can save our file. Before we go to the browser, we need to fix one typo. In our component, we passed in person.is. Instead, we need to pass in person.id. Now we can save our file and head over to the browser. As you can see, we have a delete button now. So we're going to head over to Jack and press on the delete button. As you can see, it disappears from the front end. And if we go over to our server, and if we refresh the page, we can see that Jack has disappeared. So we're going to head over to our notes project, and in our source folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it index.css. In the index file, we're going to put in some basic CSS code. So let's say we want to alter the different h1 tags. So we can put in h1, then we're going to have curly braces, and in here, we're going to have different properties that we want to change. Let's say we want to change the color attribute to green. Then we need to put a semicolon. Then on the next line, we can put in another attribute, let's say font style. and we can give it a value of italic. We can also do the same for the different li tags we have. So we can have li, and in curly braces, let's say we want to make the color gray. We also want to add some padding. So let's add a top padding of, let's say, 3 pixels. So what padding is, it's the distance between the text and the border. And finally, let's add a font size attribute. And we're going to give it a value of 15 pixels. So now we can save this file and head over to our main file. In our main file, what we need to do is import the index.css file. So we're going to have import, and we're going to access the current folder, and we're going to access index.css. So now if we save our file and open the terminal, we're going to navigate to our project. And first we're going to run our application. We're going to create a new terminal. And again, we're going to navigate to our project. And in here, we're going to run our server. And now if we head over to our browser, we can see that different styles have been added. Our H1 tag has become italic and it has a color of green. And our different notes have a color of gray, and they also have some padding, and their font size is 15 pixels. Now this works completely fine, but let's say we had other li tags in our application and we wanted to style them differently from the notes li tag. So in order to solve this problem, we're going to be using classes. So we're going to be opening our node component, and in here in the li tag, we can pass in an attribute called class name, and we can give it whatever name we want. In our case, we're going to simply give it a name of note. And now we can save this file and head back to our index.css. Now to give that specific class different styles, we need to use the dot operator. So instead of passing in li, we're going to pass in dot, followed by the class name, which in our case, we gave it the name note. So now if we save our file and head to the browser, we should see the same results as we did before. But if we were to add different li tags to our application, those li tags would not be affected unless they had the class name of note. Next, we're going to create a notification that is going to pop up when we add a new note. So we're going to head to our app file, and in here we're going to add a new component. We're going to call it notification, and it's going to take in an input called message. And in here, we're going to have a condition. So if the message is empty, that means nothing is happening. In that case, we want to return null. What null means is simply return nothing. But if that is not the case, we want to return a div that displays whatever message is. We're also going to give this div a class. So we're going to have a class name, and we're going to give it a class name of message. Now in our index.css file, we can access this class name and give it different attributes. So we're going to have dot followed by message, which is the class name, and we're going to give it different properties like color, background, font size, border style, border radius, padding, and finally we're also going to give it a margin. And now we can save our index.css file and head over to our app file. So since this message is going to be changing throughout the lifecycle of our application, that is a sign that we need to use state. So we're going to create a new variable called message and set message. And we're going to set it equal to useState. And initially it's going to have a value of an empty string. So we want this message to pop up when we save a note. So we're going to go to the save note function. And in here, we're going to use the set message function, and we're going to pass in new note added, which is going to pop up the notification. But we don't want the notification to stay there forever. So we're going to use the timeout function. So we're going to have set timeout, which takes in a function and a delay, which is going to be, let's say, 3 seconds. And in here, we're going to pass in set message to an empty string. So what this is going to do is it's going to say note added. Then after 3 seconds, it's going to set message to an empty string, which is going to trigger the if condition in our notification component. So if message is an empty string, it's going to return null. So finally, we need to add this notification to our return statement. So under notes, we're going to have notification, and we're going to pass in message, and we're going to give it the message variable, and we're going to close our component. Now we can save our file and open the browser. Now let's say we want to add a new note. We're going to give it ReactJS, and we're going to press on add. As you can see, we get a notification, new note added, and after 3 seconds, that notification disappears. So this is what our application is going to look like. Let's add a new contact called Abel and give it a number. And if we save our new contact, we get a notification that says added Abel. We can also delete a contact. So when we delete the Abel contact, we also get a notification that says contact deleted. So we're going to head over to our phonebook project, and in our source folder, we're going to create a new file called index.css. We're going to add the styles later, so we're going to head over to our main file, and we're going to import this file. So we're going to have import index.css, and we can save our main file, and then we're going to head over to our app file. In our app file, we're going to create a new component to display a pop-up when a new contact is added, and also when a contact is deleted. So we need a component state. So we're going to add a new state variable called message and set message. And initially, we're going to give it a value of an empty string. Since we want this message to pop up when we save a person, we're going to head over to the save person function. And when we add a new person, we want to use the set message function, and we're going to have a template string that says added followed by the person's name. So we can pass in new person dot name. And since we want the notification to disappear, let's say after 3 seconds, we're going to use the set timeout function, and we're going to give it a delay of 3 seconds. And in here, we're going to use the set message function, and we're going to set it equal to an empty string. We also want a notification to pop up when we delete a person. So we're going to head over to the contact to delete function. And in here, we're also going to use the set message function. And we're going to pass in contact deleted. Again, we want this notification to disappear after 3 seconds, so we're going to use the timeout function. And we're going to give it a delay of 3 seconds. And in here, we're going to use the set message function and change the message variable to an empty string. Now we need to define our new component, which is going to be called notification. So we're going to have const notification, which is going to take in an input, a message. In here, we're going to have a condition. So if message is an empty string, in that case, we want to return null. That means we want to return nothing. If that is not the case, we want to return a div, which displays the message. We're also going to give this div a class. So we're going to pass in the class name attribute, and we're going to call it message. Next, we need to add this component to our return statement. So under phonebook, we're going to put in our notification component, and we're going to give it a message, and we're going to pass in our message variable. Now how this is going to work is if message is an empty string, then it's going to return null. That means no notification is going to be shown. Otherwise, we're going to show the message. So in our, let's say in the delete function, we're going to have a message that's going to get displayed. Then after 3 seconds, we're going to set message to an empty string, which triggers the if condition in our component, and our component is going to return null. Now the final thing we need to do is add some style. So we're going to head over to the index.css file. In here, we want to access the message class. So we're going to use dot followed by message. And in here, we're going to pass in different properties. So we're going to have color. Let's set it to blue. We're not using red or green since we're going to be using this message for both adding a contact and deleting a contact, and we don't want to confuse the user. Next, we're going to add a background, a font size, a border style, a border radius, padding, and finally we're going to add some margin. Now we can save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project. First, we're going to run our application, and in a new terminal, we're going to again navigate to our project, and we're going to run our server. Now if we head over to our browser, let's add a new contact. Let's call it Abel and give it a random number. And when we press add, we get a notification that says added Abel, and it disappears after 3 seconds. And let's also delete this contact. So let's press on the delete button. Then we get a notification, contact deleted. So this is what our application is going to look like. We're going to have find countries, and we're going to have an input field. And in here we can input different countries. So we're going to start, let's say with E. Our application tells us that there are too many matches. That is because our application lists the name of countries when there's less than 10 matches. So we're going to add another filter. Let's add in T. Now we get a list of countries that have E and T in their name. Next, we're going to add another filter. Let's add an H. Again, our list shrinks. And finally, when we add an I, we have a single country, and our application renders the different details. So we have the name of the country, then we have its capital, the area the country covers, we have the list of languages, and finally we have an image of the country's flag. So we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it using APIs. And we're going to open our terminal and navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run our commands. We're going to call our project countries, and we're going to use the React template. Once that's done, we're going to cd into our project, and we're going to run npm install to install our dependencies. We're also going to be communicating with the server, so we need the Axios library, so we're going to install it. Once that's done, we're going to set up our main file. In our main file, we're going to import the app component. We're also going to import React DOM. And we're going to use React DOM to render our component. Once that's done, we can save our file. And before we go to our app file, we're going to set up a services folder. This folder is going to contain all the communications that we'll be making to the server. So in our source folder, we're going to create a new folder called services. And in the services folder, we're going to create a file called country.js. And in this file is where we're going to put all our communications. So in the country file, first we're going to import Axios. Then we're going to define our base URL, which you can find in the description below, so you can copy and paste it. And the function we're going to define is going to be called getAll, and it's not going to take in any input. And it's simply going to return axios.get, and we're going to pass in our base URL. So this is going to get us all the countries. Once that's done, we need to export this function. So we're going to have export get all. Now let's go ahead and see what this URL looks like in our browser. So we're going to copy this link and open it in the browser. So this is what we're going to see. It's going to be a list of objects, and each object is going to represent a single country. The different informations we'll be extracting in this video include the common name of a country, the official name of a country. We're also going to access its capital. We'll access the area the country covers, the list of languages, and finally we'll access the country's flag. Now in our app file, first we're going to import the useState function, and we'll also be using the useEffect function, and we're going to import it from React. The next thing we need to import is the services, which are in the country.js file. We're going to call it country services, and we're going to import it from the services folder, and we're going to access the country.js file. Now we can define our app component, which is not going to take any input, and we're going to define our different states. So first we're going to have a variable called countries and set countries, and initially we're going to give it a state of an empty array. Next, for our search functionality, we're also going to have a state, and we're going to call it search and set search, and initially it's going to have a state of an empty string. Now we need to get all the countries from the server, and we're going to store it in the countries array. And in order to do that, as we saw in the previous videos, we need to use the useEffect function. So we're going to have useEffect, which takes in a function. And in here, we're going to use the country service. So we're going to have country services, and we're going to access the getAll function that we defined in the other file. And once we have that, we're going to use then, which is going to give us a response. And using that response, we're going to set countries to response.data. So what response.data holds is a list of all the countries, and we're going to store that list in our countries state. Once we've done that, we're going to define our return. So we're going to have a wrap, and in here first we're going to define the search functionality. So we're going to have find countries, and we're going to have an input field where the user can input a filter, and this input field is going to have an onChange attribute. So whenever the input changes, we want to run a function, and we're going to call this function handle search change, and we can close our input tag. Next, we're going to have a component that we haven't defined yet, which is going to be called filter, and it's going to have two inputs. So it's going to take in the list of countries, and it's going to take in whatever we input inside the input field, which we're going to store in the search variable. So it's also going to take that. And now we can close our component. So before we get started with the filter component, let's define the handle search change function. So inside our app component, we're going to define a function called handle search change, which gives us an event. And in here, we want to use the set search function, and we're going to give it the value of event user.target.value. So this is going to be whatever the user inputs inside the input field, and we're going to store that input inside the search variable. Now, once we've done that, we need to define our filter component. So outside the app component, we're going to define a component called filter. As we said, it's going to take in two inputs, which is going to be the list of countries and the search term. The first condition we're going to have is we're going to check if the search is empty or not. So if search is equal to an empty string, in that case we want to return nothing. This means that the user has not inputted any filters. And if that is not the case, we want to define a variable called filtered. And we're going to use the filter function to filter out the countries that match the search. So we're going to have countries.filter, which is going to give us each individual country. So the condition we want to check is if country.name.common, which is going to give us the common name of a country. And we're going to convert this into lowercase. And we want to use the includes function, which is going to check if whatever the user inputs in the input field is included in the common name of a country. So we're going to pass in our search variable, but we also want to convert this to lowercase. So this is going to make our application function whether the user puts in capital letters or small letters. It won't matter because we'll be converting the input to lowercase, and we'll also be converting the name of the country we get from the server to lowercase, so it will be easily matched. The next thing we want to do is check the length of this filtered list. As you saw in the beginning, if we have more than 10 countries, we don't want to display a list. And if we have a single country, we want to display the details of that country. So we're going to have an if condition, which is going to check if filtered.length is equal to 1. That means we have a single country. In that case, we want to return the details of that country. So we're going to use the map function. So we're going to have filtered.map, which is going to give us an individual country. And we want to return another component, which we have not defined yet, which is going to be called country details, which is going to take in a key since it's part of a list. And as a key, we're going to use the country's official name. So we're going to have country.name.official. It's also going to take in an individual country. So we're going to have country, and we're going to give it the input our map function gives us, which is an individual country. And now we can close our component, which we'll be defining later. The next condition we need to check is if the length of the list is less than or equal to 10. So we're going to have an else if statement, which is going to check if filtered.length is less than or equal to 10. In that case, we also want to return filtered.map, which is going to give us the individual countries. And instead of using the country details component, we're going to use a different component, which we'll be calling country. And we also need to provide in a key since it's part of a list. Again, we're going to use the official name of the country. And finally, it's also going to take in the country as an input. So we're going to pass in the country we get from the map function. And now we can close our components. And finally, we're going to have an else statement, which means the only condition that's left is if the filtered list is greater than 10. In that case, we want to return a div that says too many matches. Specify another filter. So this component is going to contain the logic for filtering out different countries. Next, we need to define the country details and the country component. So we're going to define the country component first. And as we said, it's going to take in one input, which is going to be the country. And we're going to return a div, which simply displays the country's common name. So we're going to access country.name.common. So this is it for our country component. Next, we need to define the country details component. So we're going to have const country details, which is going to take in one input, which is the country input. And in here, we want to return a certain format. So we're going to have return, and we're going to have our wrapper. So first, in the country details, we want to display the country's name. So we're going to have an h1 tag, which displays country.name.common. Next, we want to display the country's capital. So we're going to say capital, and we're going to substitute in country.capital, which is going to give us a list of capitals. In our case, we want to access the first element of that list. So we're going to provide the index 0. The next thing we want is the area the country covers. So again, we're going to have a p tag, and we're going to say area, and we're going to access country.area. And next, we're going to have the list of languages that are spoken in that country. So we're going to have an h2 tag that says languages. And under that, we're going to have an unordered list. And inside this list, we're going to have another component. So we're going to call it languages, which we have not defined yet. And as input, it's going to take in an individual country. And finally, under the list of languages, we're going to have the flag. Again, we're going to use a separate component for that, which is going to be called flag. And it's also going to take in the country input. Now from this component, we can see that there are two more components we need to define, which is the languages component and the flag component. So first, let's define the languages component. So we're going to have languages, which is going to take in one input, which is the individual country. Now, if we go back to our API, which is located in the link that we stored in the base URL variable, we can see that languages is actually a dictionary. So it has a key value pair. And in our case, when we list out the languages, we want to access the value and not the key. So in order to do that, we have a function that is going to extract the values from a dictionary or from an object. So in here, we're going to define a variable called langs, and we're going to use object.values. So this is going to extract the different values from our object, and we're going to pass in country.languages. And once we have a list of the different languages, we're going to return them. So we're going to have return, and we're going to have langs.map, which is going to give us an individual language, and we want to return an li tag that contains the language. So since this is a list, we need to provide a key. So for now, as the key, we're simply going to use the language itself, and we're done with our languages component. Finally, the last component we need to define is the flag component, which takes in a country as input. And it's simply going to return an image tag, which actually does not need a closing tag. It's a self-closing tag. And in here, we're going to provide the source of our image, which is going to be country.flags.png. So that is going to be our flag component. Finally, let's just review the return statement of our app component. So in our app component, we're returning the filter component. And in the filter component, we have different conditions that are going to check whether we have the required amount of countries in our list. And depending on that, we're going to return different values. And in the country component, we're simply returning the name of the country. In the country details component, we have a certain format that we want to follow that is going to display the details of an individual country. Then we have the languages component, which is going to return a list of the different languages. And finally, we have the flag component, which is going to return an image tag. So now we can finally export our app component, and we're going to save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our project, and we're going to run npm run dev. Now we're going to open our application in the browser. As you can see, we have a search field. So inside the search field, we're going to search for an individual country. Let's put in E. As you can see, it says too many matches. That is because there are more than 10 countries that contain the letter E. We're going to continue. If you look at the console below, we are getting a warning. But for this application, we're simply going to ignore it. But it has something to do with using unique key props. So back in our application, we're going to add another filter. Let's add an H. We can see that the list of countries has shrinked to 3. And finally, we're going to add one more filter. And now we have a single country. So we have Ethiopia, we have its capital, we have the area, we have the list of languages, and finally we have its flag. We can try another country. Let's put in Spain. So we're going to have S. We get too many matches. We're going to have P. And now we get Spain. We get the capital, we get the area, we get the list of languages, and we get the flag. So first, we're going to be looking at how to create a Node.js server. Our end goal is going to be to implement the server to our Nodes application. But first, we're going to see a basic example to see how Node.js servers actually work. So we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it Node.js server. Next, we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run the command that is going to create our Node.js server, which is npm init. So it's going to ask us for the package name. We're going to call it backend. It's going to ask us for a version. We're going to use the default value. In order to use the default value, we can simply press enter. Description, we're going to leave it empty. Entry point, index.js, that is what we want. So we're going to press enter. We're going to leave test command empty. We're going to leave git repository empty. Keywords, we're also going to leave it empty. Author, you can put in your name. I'm going to put in my name. And we can press enter. And the license, we're going to use the default value. So we're going to press enter. Finally, it's going to ask us for confirmation. We can press enter again. And now our Node.js server has been created. So if we look at our folder inside Node.js server, we can see that a new file has been created, which is package.json. Now we can open this file. We can see that it has all the information that we gave it when we created the server. In here, we're going to add a new shortcut. If you remember, to add shortcuts, we need to access the script's key, and we're going to add a new value. We're going to call it start, and we're going to give it the value of node index.js. So we're going to be using the shortcut to start our server. Now we need to actually create the index.js file, which is the entry point of our server. So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it index.js. In here, we're simply going to console.log hello world just to see how it works. So we're going to have hello world, and we're going to save our file. Now we can open our terminal and navigate to this folder. And in here, if we run npm start, since we added the shortcut, and press enter, we can see that hello world gets printed in the console. Now we're going to change our application to a web server, and in order to do that, we need to edit the index.js file. So the first thing we need to do is import a library called http. Now the import syntax we saw before is going to be a bit different from this one. So in this case, we're going to have const followed by http. Then we're going to have the require function, and we're going to pass in http. Now, whenever you see this statement, it is the same as an import statement. So in this case, we're importing the HTTP library. So this library provides functionalities for creating HTTP servers and making different HTTP requests. So next, we're going to define a variable called app, and we're going to use http.createServer, which is going to take in a function, and this function is going to have a request and a response. So the createServer method is used to create an HTTP server. As I said before, it takes in a function, and this function is going to be executed whenever a client makes an HTTP request to the server. So in here, we're going to have response. So we want to control what the server response is going to be. So we're going to have response.writeHead, and we're going to pass in 200, and we're going to give it a content type, which is going to be an object. So it's going to have a key value pair, and the value is going to be text/plain. So what this line does is it sets the response status code to 200, which means the response was successful. It also sets the content type to text/plain. So this indicates that our response is going to be a plain text. We actually saw what content type was in the first video of this playlist, so you can go back and watch that video. And finally, we want to end our response. So we're going to have response.end, and we're going to pass in a message, which is going to be a plain text. So it's going to be hello world. So what this line does is it sets the text hello world as the body of our response, and it ends the response. Next, we need to define our port. So we've seen what port number is in previous videos. So we're going to define a variable called port, and we're going to give it 3001, which is going to be where our server is going to run. And we're going to finally have app.listen, and we're going to pass in the port. So what this line does is it instructs the server to listen to a specific port. So in our case, it's going to listen to the port number 3001. And once our server is started, it will be able to handle incoming HTTP requests on that port. So we can save our file and open the terminal. And we're going to navigate to our folder. And to start our server, we're going to use the shortcut npm start. And once our server has started, we're going to open our browser. As you can see, using the port number 3001, we get the text hello world. Now, instead of simply responding with hello world, we're actually going to change our response to a list of notes. So in our code, we're going to define a list, which I'll be putting in the description below so you can copy and paste it. So it's simply going to be a list of notes. So each note is going to be represented by an object, and it's going to have an ID, it's going to have a content, and it's going to have an importance. So in our server, we're going to change a couple of things. The first thing we need to change is the content type. It's not going to be text/plain. It's going to be application/JSON, since we're going to be responding with a list of notes that are going to be in JSON format. And in response end, we're going to replace hello world with our notes. But if we simply do this, our browser won't be able to understand our notes object. Instead, we need to convert our notes into JSON. And in order to do that, we have a function, which is JSON.stringify. And it's going to take in our notes. So what JSON.stringify is going to do is it's going to change our notes list into JSON. So now we can save our file. In order to see the different changes, we actually need to restart our server. So we're going to open the terminal, and we're going to end our previous server using Ctrl+C. And we're going to run it again. And now we're going to head over to the browser. As you can see, we get our list of notes. So we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it Express Server, and we're going to open our terminal and navigate to this folder. In order to use the Express library, we need to install it. So we're going to have npm install Express. Once that's finished, we're going to use the npm init command. We're going to call our package backend. We're going to use the default version. We're going to leave the description empty. The entry point is going to be index.js. We're going to leave the test command empty. We're going to leave the Git repository empty. We're going to leave the keywords empty. And finally, we can put in the name of the author. You can put in your own name. And we're going to use the default license. And we're going to press enter to confirm. And now our server has been created. So we're going to navigate to our Express server. And we're going to create our entry point, which is going to be a file called index.js. So in here, the first thing we need to do is import the Express library. So we're going to use the new syntax we saw, which is const express. And we're going to use the require function, and we're going to pass in express. Now to create an application, we're going to have a variable called app, and we're simply going to set it equal to express. The next thing we are going to do is paste in our list of notes, which I'll be putting in the description below. Once we've pasted in our notes, we're going to have different functionalities. So first we're going to have app.get, and we're going to pass in a slash. This is going to represent the root of our server. So the get function takes in two inputs. The first is going to be the address, the relative address, and the second is going to be a function. So this function is going to run whenever we go to that specified address. So we're going to have a request and a response. And in here, we're simply going to respond with hello world. So when using Express, you can use the send function, and we're going to pass in an h1 tag that says hello world. So what this is going to do is whenever the client accesses the root of our server, we're simply going to send back an h1 tag that says hello world. Now you may have noticed that we did not define the content type like we did when we were using the HTTP module. So this is one of the advantages of using Express. Express automatically sets the value of our content type, so we do not need to define it here. Next, we're going to have another get function, and this time the address is going to be /API/notes, and we're going to have a function with a request and a response. And in here, we're going to have response.json. So what this is going to do is it's going to convert our list of notes into JSON. In the previous video, when we were using the HTTP module, we used a different function to do this, which was the JSON.stringify function. But when we were using Express, we can use the .json function and pass in our list of notes. And finally, we need to define our port number. We're going to use the same port number as before. So we're going to have 3001, and we're going to finally have our listen function, and we're going to pass in our port. Now we can save our file. Before we run anything, we can add the shortcut that we added in the previous video. So we're going to open our package.json, and in the scripts key, we're going to add start, and we're going to give it a value of node index.js, and we can save this file. And now we're going to open our terminal, and in here we're going to run npm start. So now we can open our browser. As you can see, at the root of our server we get hello world, but if we access /API/notes and press enter, then we get the list of our notes. One more issue that we need to fix is that whenever we make changes to our index.js file, we need to restart our server to see the different changes. And in order to solve this issue, we can use a package called NodeMon. What this package is going to do is whenever we make changes, it's going to automatically restart our server. So first we need to install this package. So we're going to have npm install. We're going to use a flag that is save dev, and we're going to pass in NodeMon. So what this flag does, if you remember, is it signifies that we want this package only for development, and when we go to the production phase of our application, we don't need this package. So we're only going to be using it for development purposes. Now we can press enter. Once that's done, we can go to the package.json file and add a shortcut. We're going to call it dev, and we're going to give it a value of nodemon index.js. So now when we want to run our server, we're going to pass in npm run dev. This time, as you can see from the terminal, we're using nodemon, and anytime we make changes, so let's go back to the index file and let's change one of the notes. So we're going to remove the y, and when we save our file, as you can see, nodemon restarts our server. So we're going to open the Express server folder, and we're going to open our index.js file, and in here we're going to add different functionalities. So at the bottom we're going to have another get function, and the address is going to be /API/nodes, and in order to take input from an address, we're going to use colon followed by the name we want to give that input. In our case, we're going to give it the name ID. And as usual, we're going to have a function which takes in a request and a response. Now in here, we want to first extract the ID. In order to do that, we're going to have a variable called ID, and we're going to give it the value of request.params.id. So what this is going to do is it's going to extract the ID from the request the client sent. Once we have the ID, next we want to filter out the note, the specific note that matches that ID. So we're going to have a variable called note, and we're going to use the find function. So we're going to have notes.find, which is going to give us an individual note, and we want to return a note if the note.id is the same as the ID we got from the request. And finally, we're going to respond with this note. So we're going to have response.json, and we're going to pass in the specific note. Now, if we were to run this, nothing would get displayed. That is because when we are getting the ID, we're getting it in string form. So the type of the ID variable is going to be string, but the ID we have in our notes collection is of type number. So in order for those to match, we need to convert the ID we get to a number, and we can simply do that using the number function. So we're going to have number, and in parentheses, we're going to pass in the ID parameter. So now we can save our file and open the terminal and navigate to our application, which is in Express server. We're going to use nodemon to run our server, and the shortcut to do that is npm run dev, and we're going to press enter. And now we're going to open our browser. As before, we get the list of notes when we're accessing API/notes. Now we want to see if we can get a specific note. So let's say we want a note with the ID of 2, which is going to be browser can execute only JavaScript. So we're going to add 2 to our address and press enter. As you can see, we get the note with the address of 2. Now that we can correctly access an individual note, the next thing we need to deal with is when we access a note that doesn't exist. So let's say we want to access the note with an ID of 4 and press enter. As you can see, we get nothing. And if we open the developer console and go to the networks tab to see the different requests, we need to reload our page. So we're going to reload our page. As you can see, we have one event, and the problem here is that we're getting a status of 200. So as you know, the status 200 means the response was successful. But in our case, we want to show a different status code. Since we're not getting any notes, we want to get a status code of 404, which means not found. So in order to fix this, we're going to head back to our code, And in here, before we respond with the note we found, we're going to have an if condition. So we're going to have if, and the condition is simply going to be note. So if note is defined, that means we find a note. In that case, we do want to respond with a JSON version of that note. But when note is not defined, we are going to have an else statement. So we're going to have else, and we're going to respond with a status code of 404, and we're going to use the end function to end our response. So if note is defined, we're going to respond with that note. If it's not defined, we're going to respond with the status code of 404. So now we can save our file and head back to the browser. Since we're using NodeMon, we don't need to restart our server each time we make changes. So now if we try to access a node that doesn't exist, we're going to pass in 4 and press enter. We're going to reload our page to see the specific events. As you can see now, if we press on the event 4, we can see that the status code was 404 not found. The final functionality we're going to be adding in this video is going to be the delete functionality. So we're going to have app.delete, which is going to take in an address. So we're going to have API/notes/ a specific ID, and we're going to have a function. So the first thing we need to do is extract the ID. So we're going to have const ID, and we're going to use the number function, and we're going to get request.params.id. And once we have that, we want to change our notes. So we're going to set notes to notes.filter, which is going to give us a note, and we want to add a note to this filter if its ID does not match the ID we get from the request. So we're going to have notes.id is not the same as ID. And once we've done that, we're going to have a response. So our response is simply going to be a status code of 204, and we're going to end our response. So the status code 204 stands for no content, which makes sense. After we delete a node, then it's not going to have any content. So that is what we're going to respond with. Now in the next video, we're going to be seeing how we can test the delete request and other functionalities. So the first tool we'll be looking at is Postman. If you're using VS Code, you can simply install the extension. Another option is to download their desktop application. In this video, we're going to be looking at the extension. So we're going to open the extensions tab, and we're going to search for Postman. And we're going to install the first extension. Once the installation is finished, you can see a new icon to the left of your screen, which is going to be the Postman icon. So we can open this. So when you open this extension, it's going to ask you to sign in. So you're going to create an account if you don't have one already, and you're going to return back to VS Code. Once you've signed in, this should be what you see when you open the Postman icon. And before we get started, we need to actually start our server. So we're going to open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to our Express folder, and we're going to run npm run dev. Once our server has started, we can start sending HTTP requests. So we're going to press on the new HTTP request button, and in here we can put in the URL of our server. So the first thing we're going to test is the GET request. So we're going to put in http://localhost:3001/API/notes, and we're going to click on send. As you can see, we get a response that contains all our notes. So that is the GET request. We can also use the GET request to get a single note. So we can add /2, for example, and press enter. As you can see, the response is the note with the ID of 2. And let's say we want to access a note that doesn't exist. So we're going to use 4 and press enter. As you can see, we get a status of 404 not found. Now what we really want to test here is the delete request. So first let's look at the different nodes that we have. So we have 3 different nodes. So let's say we want to delete the node with an ID of 3. What we need to do is change the requests from get to delete, and we're going to pass in a specific ID. So we're going to pass in 3 and press enter. As you can see, we get a status code of 204, no content. And now if we were to get a list of all our nodes using the get request, you can see that the 3rd node no longer exists. So this is how you use the Postman tool to test different requests to your server. The second tool that we're going to be looking at is VScode specific, and it's called the VScode REST client. So in order to install it, we're going to head back to the extensions tab, and we're going to search for REST client. And you're going to install the first extension that you see. I've already installed this extension. So once the extension is installed, we're going to head back to our Express folder. And in here, we're going to create a new folder called requests. And inside this folder, we're going to have different files. So the first, we're going to call it get all nodes, and it's going to have an extension of .rest. We're going to create another file called get single node. Again, it's going to have the REST extension. And finally, we're going to create a file called delete node with the REST extension. So first, we're going to test the get all nodes. In here, what we need to do is simply type in get, and we're going to put in the link to our server, which is http localhost 3001 API/nodes. And what we need to do is press on the send request button. As you can see, we get the following response, which is a list of all our nodes. Since we deleted the 3rd node, it is no longer shown. The next thing we can do is get a single node. In order to do that, we're going to use the get request again, and we're going to pass in a specific ID. So let's pass in 1, and we're going to send request. As you can see, we get the node with an ID of 1. And the final thing we want to test is the delete functionality. So we're going to have a request of type delete, and we're going to pass in the link to our server, and we're going to give it a specific ID. Let's say we want to delete the node with an ID of 1, and we can simply send request, and we get a response of no content. And now if we go back to our get all nodes file and send the request again, we can see that the node with an ID of 1 no longer exists. It has been deleted. So we're going to open our Express server. And before we add the post functionality, we're going to define a new function. We're going to be using this function to generate an ID. So we're going to call it generate ID, and it's not going to take in any input. And what it's going to do is first it's going to calculate the maximum ID in our collection. We're going to call it max ID, and we're going to put in a ternary operation. So it's going to be an if-else statement. The condition is if nodes.length is greater than 0. That means our collection has a node inside it. If that is true, then we want to calculate the maximum. So we're going to use the max function, and we're going to pass it in a copy. So in order to copy our nodes collection, we're going to use 3 dots. So we're going to copy our nodes, and we're going to use the map function. And for each node, we're going to extract the node's ID. So how this works is the map function is going to return a list of the IDs of each node, and the max function is going to extract the maximum number from that list. And if our nodes collection is empty, in that case we want our max ID to be 0. So once we've calculated our maximum ID, we're simply going to return max ID plus 1. So now we can create our post functionality. So we're going to have app.post, and the first argument is going to be an address to our server, which is going to be API/nodes, and it's also going to take in a function. The first thing we need to do is extract the body from the request. So we're going to have a variable called body, and we're going to extract request.body. So what request.body is going to be an object that contains the node's content and the node's importance. So the first thing we need to do is we need to check if body.content is empty. So in order to do that, we simply add in an exclamation. So this is going to check if body.content is defined. If it's not defined, we want to return a response.status of 400, and we're going to end our response. So if the content is empty, we want to return a status code of 400, which means bad request. Once we've checked that the content is not empty, then we want to create a node object, which is going to have a content attribute, and we're going to pass in body.content. It's also going to have an importance, so we're going to have important, and here we're going to pass in body.important or false. So how this is going to work is, in case important is not provided by the client, then we want a default value of false. So if body.important is true, then the statement is going to evaluate to true. But if body.important is undefined, which in JavaScript stands for false, in that case the default value of important is going to be false. And finally, it's going to have an ID, and we're going to pass in our function, which is generateID. Now that we have a node object, the next thing we need to do is add this node object to our nodes list. In order to do that, we're going to set nodes to nodes.concat, and we're going to pass in the node object we just created. And once that's done, we're going to have a response, which is going to be the new node that has been added. Now, before we continue, there's one more thing we need to add, which is a JSON parser. What this is going to do is it's going to let us take the JSON that we get from the request, that means that we get from the client, and it's going to convert that JSON to a JavaScript object. And once we've converted it to a JavaScript object, we can access the different components like the content and its importance. So in order to use the JSON parser, we're going to go to the top of our application, and we're going to add the statement app.use express.json. So this is going to convert the request from JSON to a JavaScript object. Now we can either use Postman or the VScode REST client to test out the post request. First, we need to start up our server. So we're going to open our terminal and navigate to this project, and we're going to run npm run dev. So first, let's test the post request using Postman. So we're going to open the Postman extension, and we're going to create a new HTTP request. Now in the URL field, we're going to put in the link to our server, and we're going to change the request from get to post. And to actually give it a note, we need to go to the body section. So this body section is going to be request.body, which we used in our code. So we're going to give it a raw body, and we're going to pass in an object. And this object is going to have a content key with a value, let's say Postman is better. And we can also provide an importance, which is not required, but we can provide it. So we're going to give it an important attribute of true. Now, before we send this request, we need to change the type of our body from text to JSON. And as we saw before, when we're using JSON, the keys need to be in quotations. So we're going to add quotations to content and to important. So this is going to be the body of our request. So now we can press on send. As you can see, we get the new note that has been added to our collection as a response. And to see that our note has been actually sent to our collection, we're going to change our request from post to get, and we're going to send this request. And as you can see below, we have our new note added. Now we can also use the REST client to test this functionality. So we're going to head back to our Express folder, and we're going to open requests, and we're going to create a new file called create_note. It's going to have the REST extension. And in here, we're going to have the post request, and we're going to pass in the link to our server. And in here, one thing you should not forget is you need to define the content type. So in our case, the content type is going to be application/JSON. And now we can provide the note that we want to add. So it's going to have a content. Let's give it a value of VScode. REST client is better. And we're going to give it an importance of, let's say, false. So now we can send this request. As you can see, the response is going to be the new note that has been created. And now if we open our get all notes file and we send this request, we can see that VScode REST client is better has been added to our collection. So we're going to create a folder and we're going to call it phonebook server, and we're going to open our terminal and navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to initialize our server. So we're going to use the command npm init. The package name, we're going to give it backend. Version, we're going to use the default. Description, empty. Entry point, we're going to use the default. Test command, empty. Git repository, empty. Keywords, empty. And author, you can put in your own name. And the license, we're going to use the default value. Finally, it's going to ask us to confirm. We're going to press enter again. Next, let's install the libraries that we're going to use. So the first one is going to be Express. Another library we're going to be using is NodeMon. So NodeMon is going to restart our server every time we make changes. Once that's done, we're going to open our package.json file, and we're going to add a couple shortcuts. First, we're going to add start, which is going to have a value of node index.js. And we're going to have another key, which is dev, and it's going to have a value of nodemon index.js. Now we can save this file. And next, we're going to create our entry file, which is index.js. So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it index.js. So the first thing we need to do is import Express. So we're going to use the require function, and we're going to pass in Express. And we're going to create an application using Express. So we're going to have const app, and we're going to set it equal to Express. Next, we're going to have our hard-coded list of people. So you can copy and paste this from the description below. So what the person's list is, it contains different objects, and each object represents one person. Each person is going to have a unique ID. It's going to have a name attribute and a number attribute. So once we have our collection, we're going to define our first address. So we're going to have app.get, and the address we want to access is API/persons. So whenever the client sends a request to this address, we want to run the following function. Our function is going to have a request and a response. So we're going to respond with a JSON form of our persons collection. Once that's done, we need to define our port. So we're going to create a variable called port, and we're going to give it a value of 3001. And we need to listen to this port. So we're going to have app.listen, and we're going to pass in our port number. Now we can save our file and open the terminal. And in here, we're going to run npm run dev, which is going to be using the nodemon package. Once our server has started, we're going to open our server address in our browser. As you can see, our persons collection is rendered to our browser. The next functionality we need to deal with is accessing an individual person using their ID. So we're going to head back to our code. Here we need to define another get function, and the address we're going to pass it is going to be API/persons/:ID. We use the colon when we want to take input from the request, and then we're going to pass in a function that's going to run when the client accesses this specific address. The first thing we need to do is extract the ID. So we're going to create a variable called ID, and we're going to access requests.params.id. Now this ID is going to be of type string, but we want it to be of type number, so we're going to use the number function, and we're going to pass in the ID. Once we have our ID, we're going to use the find function to extract the person from our collection. So we're going to have persons.find, and we're going to return this person if the person's ID matches the ID we get from the request. Now the client might access an ID that doesn't exist, and in order to deal with that, we're going to have an if condition, and if person is defined, in that case we want to respond with a JSON format of that person. If that is not the case, then we want to respond with a status code of 404, which means not found. We're also going to add one more functionality, which is going to display the number of persons stored in our collection. So we're going to have another get function, and we're going to call the address info. And whenever our client sends a request to /info, we're going to run this function. We are simply going to respond with the send function, and we're going to have a formatted string that says phonebook contains, and we're going to substitute in persons.length, which is going to be the length of our collection, and we're going to say persons. So now we can save our file and head to the browser. So we still have our persons collection. If we put in an ID in the address, let's say 2, and press enter, we get the person with the ID of 2. And if we put in an ID that doesn't exist, let's say 5, and press enter, we get an error. So we're going to open our developer console to see the status code we got. In order to see the different events, we need to reload our page. So we're going to reload it. And if we expand the 5 event, we can see that we got a status code of 404, not found. The next functionality that we will be implementing is the delete functionality. So we're going to head back to our code. So we're going to have app.delete, and we're going to pass in API/persons/ID. And we're going to have a function that takes in request and response. And in here, the first thing we need to do is extract the ID and convert it to a number. So we're going to have a variable called ID, and we're going to pass in number, and we're going to give it request.params.id. Once we have the ID, we need to filter out our persons collection. So we're going to use the filter function. So we're going to set our persons collection to persons.filter. And we want a person to be included in this filter if their ID doesn't match the ID we got in the address. So this is going to update our persons collection. And finally, we want to respond with something. In this case, we're going to respond with a status code of 204. So we're going to have response.status, and we're going to pass in 204, which means no content, and we're going to end our response. Now, before we test this functionality using Postman, let's add one more functionality that's going to let us add a person to our collection. So we're going to have a post request. So we're going to have app.post, and the address is going to be the address to our collection. And we're going to have a function. The first thing we need to do is extract the body from the request. So this body is going to be an object that contains the person's name and number. So we're going to have a variable called body, and we're going to give it the value of request.body. So before we continue, there are some conditions we want to check. So if the client didn't provide the name or the number, we want to respond with a status code. So we're going to have an if condition, and we're going to check if not body.name or if not body.number. So this condition is going to check if either of these is not defined. If that is the case, we're going to respond with a status code of 400, which means bad request, and we're going to end our response. One more thing we can add here is not letting the client enter in duplicate names. So we can check if the name is already entered. To do that, we're going to use the for each function. So we're going to have persons.forEach, which is going to give us each individual person. And in here, we're going to have a function. So we're going to check if person.name is the same as the name we got from the body. If that is the case, then we're going to have a response status of 400. And instead of simply ending our response, this time we're going to respond with an error message. To do that, we're going to use the JSON function, and we're going to pass in an object. This object is going to have a key, which is going to be error. And the value is going to be whatever we want to be displayed as the error message. In our case, we want to display name already exists. So this is going to check for duplicate names. Once our check is done, then we can create a person object. So we're going to have person. The name attribute is going to go to body.name. The number is going to go to body.number. And finally, the ID, we're going to use the random function. So we're going to have math.random. So we're going to choose a range that's very large, and it's going to make it very unlikely that two contacts have the same ID. So we're going to use 10,000. And of course, we want to convert this to an integer value. So we're going to use math.floor. Once that's done, we're going to update our collection. So we're going to have persons equal to persons.concat, and we're going to pass in our new person. And finally, we're going to respond with the JSON version of this person. So now we can save this file, and we're going to be testing it using the Postman tool. In the Postman tool, we're going to click on new HTTP request, and we're going to pass in the link to our server, which is going to be localhost 3001/API/persons. So first, we're going to test the get request. We're going to send it. As you can see, we get a list of all our persons contact. Next, we're going to access an individual person. Let's put in an ID of 4 and press send. As you can see, we get the person with ID 4. Next, we're going to test putting in an ID that doesn't exist. We're going to put in 5 and press send. We get a 404 not found. Another thing we can test is the info address. So we're going to put in /info and press send. We get phone book contains 4 persons. Next, we're going to test the delete request. So let's say we want to delete the person with ID 4. So we're going to pass in 4. And we're going to change our request from get to delete. And we're going to send our request. As you can see, we get a status code of 204, no content. And now if we were to get all our contacts, we can see that the person with ID 4 no longer exists. The final thing we're going to test is the post request. So we're going to change this to post, and we need to provide a body. So we're going to press on body, we're going to press on raw, and in here we're going to put in a JSON object that corresponds to the person we want to add. So it's going to have a name. We're going to give it John. It's going to have a number attribute, and we're going to give it a random number. And the final thing we need to do is convert this from text to JSON. And now we can send our post request. So we're getting an error when we're trying the post request. And if we look at the error details, we can see that the details say that it cannot read properties of undefined and is trying to read the name attribute. We're getting this error because we're not using a JSON parser in our index.js. So we're going to head back there. And at the top of our file, we're going to have app.use, and we're going to pass in express.json. So what this is going to do is it's going to let us convert the JSON format that we get from the post request, and it's going to convert it to JavaScript. And after the conversion, we can successfully access the different attributes. So we can save our index file and head back to Postman, and we're going to send our post request again. As you can see, now we get a status of 200 OK, and we get our new contact. So to check this, we're going to send a GET request. And if we see at the bottom of our collection, we can see that the new person has been added. So we're going to open both our Notes app and our backend server. Our Notes app is in the collections folder. In here, we want to navigate to the source folder, and we're going to go to our services, and we're going to open note.js. So this is the file that contains our communication with the server. In here, we want to change the base URL. So we're going to have /API/notes. So this is the link to our server. Next, we're going to save this file, and we're going to open our terminal. Since we need to run both our application and our server at the same time, we're going to require 2 terminal windows. In the first one, we're going to navigate to our application, which is in collections. And in here, we're going to run npm run dev. And once our application has started, we're going to open a new terminal using the plus icon. And in here, we're going to navigate to our server, which is in the Express server folder. And in here, we're also going to run npm run dev. Now we're going to head to our browser and open our application. As you can see, none of our notes have shown up. If we look at the console, the first error says that our request has been blocked by the CORS policy. So CORS stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. And it's a security mechanism that prevents websites from making unauthorized requests to other websites. And in our case, it's preventing us from accessing our backend server. So in order for our server to receive requests from other websites, we need to use the CORS middleware. A middleware is typically used to intercept and modify requests and responses between 2 applications. So we need to use this middleware in order to get rid of the block. So we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to our server, which is in the Express server folder. And in here, we're going to install course. So we're going to do that with the command npm install course. Once that's done, we need to head over to our backend, which is in the Express server folder, and we're going to open index.js. And in here at the top of our code, we're going to first import the course middleware. So we're going to have const course, and we're going to set it equal to require course. And once we've imported it, we need to use it. And to do that, we're going to have app.use, and we're simply going to pass in the course function. So now we can save this file and head back to the browser. As you can see now, all our nodes have been rendered and the error has disappeared from the console. Now that our application is fully complete, the next step is going to be deploying this application to the internet. There are many services out there to do so, but what I found to be the simplest is using render. So we're going to head over to render.com and we're going to create an account. So you can click on Get Started, and you're going to use your GitHub account to create a new render account. Since I already have an account, I'm not going to sign up again. Once you've created your account, this is what you should be seeing. But before we get started in render, we need to modify our index.js file. So we're going to head back to our code. And inside our index.js file, we're going to scroll down. And at the port number, we're going to add a condition. So we're going to have or, and we're going to pass in process.env.port. So what this is going to do is it's going to use the port number defined in the environment variable, which is going to be used to deploy our application in render. And if that port number is not available, that means we're running our application locally. In that case, it's going to use 3001. Once we've changed our port number, we can save our index.js file. Now, the next thing we need to do is push our backend code to a GitHub repository. So you can do this manually, but we're going to do it from VScode. The first thing we need to do is open our Express server individually in VScode. So this is going to make it easy for us to create a repository. So we're going to head over to File, Open Folder, and we're going to navigate to where our backend project folder is, which is the Express server folder. So we're going to select this folder. Once we've opened the Express server folder, we're going to head over to source code, which is on the left side. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to click on the Publish to GitHub button. If you don't have Git installed on your computer, it's going to ask you to install it, which you can follow the steps there and install Git. And once Git is installed, it's also going to install an application called Git Bash. So we need to open this application and we need to set some configurations. So we're going to open Git Bash. In Git Bash, what you need to do is configure your email address and your name. So this is going to pop up whenever you push to a repository. So we're going to have git config global user.name, and in quotations, you're going to put in your name. The next thing you need to set up is your email. So we're going to have git config global user.email, and you're going to put in your email address. Once that's done, we can close Git Bash and go back to our code. Now we can press on the Publish to GitHub button, and it's going to ask us to sign in. So we're going to allow it, and we're going to sign in to our GitHub account. Once you've signed in, you're going to get this option. It's going to ask you to publish a private repository or a public repository. For this to work on render, we need to make our repository public. So we're going to press on the public button. Next, we're going to choose the files that we want to push. The one thing we don't want to push is the node_modules folder. We don't need this folder because render is going to install the dependencies, so we don't need to push this folder to our repository. So we're going to untick it and we're going to press on OK. Now, if you go to your GitHub account, there should be a repository called Express Server, and it should contain all the files for our backend. Once we've pushed our backend to GitHub, we're going to head back to render. In here, we're going to press on new, and we're going to choose web service, and we're going to pick build and deploy from a GitHub repository, and we're going to click next. And at the bottom, we can see that there is a place where you can put in the link to your public repository. So this is usually going to be github.com/, then it's going to be your GitHub username, then it's going to have another /, and it's going to be followed by your repository name. So I'm going to put my link in. Once you put in the link to your repository, you can press on continue. So we're going to give this a unique name. So we're going to call it Nodes app. Next, we're going to select a region. You can select a region that is closest to you. So I'm going to pick Frankfurt. The next thing you need to edit is the build command, which is going to be npm install. This is going to install the dependencies. And finally, we need to change the start command. So we're going to set the start command to npm start. Now we can scroll down. We're going to pick the free plan, and we're going to click on create web service. We're actually getting an error when we're trying to deploy our backend. So if we scroll up, we can see that the error is that it cannot find the module Express. If we were working locally, this could be due to the fact that we did not install Express, but since we're using render, it should install the dependencies by itself. So the problem is going to be in our package.json file. In the list of dependencies, there should be a dependency that says Express. So we're going to head back to our code, and we're going to open the package.json file. As you can see in the list of dependencies, for some reason, we do not have Express listed. So we can simply open the terminal and we can run the command npm install express and press enter. Once that's done, if we look at the list of dependencies, we should see that Express has been added to this list. So since we changed the file, we need to push the changed file to our GitHub. So we're going to open the source code again. On the messages input, we're going to put in a message to signify that we have added Express to dependencies. And we're going to click on commit. It's going to ask us if we want to commit all our changes. We're going to click on yes. And once we've committed the changes, we need to push it to our remote repository. In order to do that, we're going to press on the 3 dots and we're going to select push. Once that's done, we can head back to render, and we're going to go to the top and we're going to press on manual deploy, and we're going to select deploy latest commit. Now our backend has been successfully deployed. So the final step is going to be getting the production build of our front end, and we're going to connect that front end to our backend. So we're going to head back to VScode and we're going to open up our front end folder. So our front end is located in the collections folder. So we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run the command npm run build. This command is going to create the production build of our front-end application. We're going to press enter. Once that's done, if we head over to our collections folder, we can see that a new folder has been created called dist. So this is going to be the production build of our front-end application. Now we need to copy this folder and we need to move it to our backend. So we're going to copy this folder and we're going to head over to our Express server and we're going to paste it in. Now if we check inside the dist folder, we can see that we have an index.html file. Now to make Express show this page, which is the front end, we're going to need to use a middleware called static. What this middleware is going to do is return the index.html of our front end whenever we request the root of our backend. So what that means is when we try to access the root link of our backend, it's going to open this index.html file. So in our Express server, we're going to open the index.js file, and at the top, we're going to add the following statement. We're going to add app.use, and in parentheses, we're going to have express.static, and in parentheses, we're going to pass in dist. So we don't need to install static since it's part of Express, and we can save this file. Now that we're using the static middleware, our front end and our back end are going to share the same address. This means that in our front end, we can use a relative link as our base URL. So we're going to open the collections folder, and in the source folder, we're going to open services and we're going to open node.js. So since this part of the link is common to both our backend and our front end, we can simply remove it and we can have a relative link and we can save this file. Whenever you make changes to your front end, you need to create a new production build. So we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to our front end. And we're going to run the build command again. Now this is going to update the dist folder with the changes we made. And we need to copy and paste this new updated folder to our backend. So we're going to copy dist and we're going to head to our backend and delete the previous dist folder. And we're going to paste in the new one. Now the final thing we need to do is push our front end and the changes we made to our index.js file to our GitHub repository. So in order to do that, we're going to open the Express server folder individually like we did before. So we're going to head over to File, Open Folder, and we're going to pick the Express server folder. Once we've done that, we can go to source code and we're going to put in a message. We're going to say added front end and we're going to press on commit and we're going to say yes. We want to stage all changes. And finally, we're going to push to our remote repository. And that's it. We've fully deployed our Notes application to the internet and we can get the link to our application in render. So we're going to head over to render. Since we made changes, we're going to manually deploy our application using the latest commit. And once our server is live, we can follow this link. And as you can see, we get our Notes application. And you can share this link with anyone and they can use your app. So we're going to open our phonebook folder and we're going to navigate to the source folder, to services, and we're going to open persons.js. Here, in order to link the front end with our backend, we need to replace the base URL with the link to our backend. But here we can actually use a relative link instead of having all this, which is going to be common to both our front end and our backend. We can simply use /persons/API. So this is a relative link. If you don't understand why we can use this, you can head to the previous video in this playlist where we explain why we can use relative links. So now we can save this file and we're going to head to our phonebook server. In the phonebook server, we're going to open the index.js file. So as we saw in the previous video, when we try to send a request to our server, we're going to get blocked by a policy called course. And in order to get past that, we need to install the course middleware. So we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to our phonebook server. And in here, we're going to run npm install course. And in order to use it, we're going to have to first import it. So we're going to have course equal to require. And in parentheses, we're going to pass in course. And to use it, we're going to have app.use. And in parentheses, we're going to pass in the course function. So this is going to let us send requests to our backend server. Another middleware that we need is the static middleware. As we saw in the previous video, this is going to let our server and our backend share the same base URL. So this is the reason why we could use relative links in our front end. In order to use the static middleware, we're going to have app.use, and in parentheses, we're going to pass in express.static, and in parentheses, we're going to pass in dist. So we haven't created this folder yet, but it's going to be the folder that contains the production build of our front end. And the final thing we need to change in our backend is the port number. So at the bottom, instead of having 3001, we're going to have a condition. So we're going to have or, and we're going to pass in process.env.port. So this is going to let render use its own port number, and if that port number is not available, it's going to use 3001. So now we can save the index.js file. The next step is getting the production build of our front end. In order to do that, we're going to head to the terminal and we're going to navigate to our front end, which is in the phonebook folder. And in here, we're going to run the command for production build, which is npm run build. Once that's done, if we navigate to our folder, we can see that the dist folder has been created. So we're going to copy this folder and we're going to move it to our backend. So we're going to paste it in our backend folder. The final thing we need to do is push our backend and our front end, the production build of our front end, to GitHub. And as we saw in the previous video, we're going to open our backend folder individually. So we're going to head over to open folder and we're going to locate our backend project, which is in phonebook server. And we're going to select this folder. And once we've opened the backend folder, we're going to head to source control and we're going to press on the publish to GitHub button. If you haven't watched the previous video, you need to install Git, and you also need to set your name and your email using git bash. And you also need to link your GitHub account by signing in. If you don't know how to do this, you can watch the previous video in this playlist. So we're going to press on publish to GitHub, and it's going to ask us to choose between a private and a public repository. We're going to choose a public repository since render works using a public repository. And as we discussed in the previous video, we don't need to include node_modules. That is because render is going to install all our dependencies by itself. So we can untick node_modules and press on OK. And that's it. A new repository has been created in our GitHub account. So we can head over to render. If you haven't watched the previous video, what we did was create an account and render using your GitHub account. Once you've done that, you can head over to new and we're going to choose web service and we're going to click on next. And at the bottom, we can put in the link to our GitHub repository. This link is going to consist of github.com/your GitHub username/ the name of the repository. So I'm going to put in my repository. Once you've done that, you can click on continue. You can give your application a name. We're going to give it phonebook-app. For the region, you can choose a region that's closest to you. For me, it's Frankfurt. And we need to head down to build command and we're going to replace it with npm install. This is going to install all our dependencies. And for the start command, we're going to use npm start. Once we've done that, we can scroll down. We're going to be using the free version and we're going to press on create web service. So that is it. Now our application is live and we can use this link. So we're going to copy it. We're actually not getting the numbers that were stored in our backend. So if we open the developer console, we can see that it failed to load resources and the server responded with a status code of 404. This is actually because we used the wrong relative link in our front end. So in order to fix that, we're going to head back to our code. We're going to open our front end folder, which is phonebook exercise. And we're going to head to the source folder, then to services, and we're going to open persons.js. So the mistake we made was in the base URL. Instead of /persons/API, the link to our server was /API/persons. So now that we've updated the person.js file, we need to rebuild the production build. So in order to do that, we're going to open our terminal and we're going to navigate to the phonebook folder. And we're going to run npm run build. So this is going to update the dist folder. So we're going to head over to the dist folder and we're going to copy it. And we're going to head to our backend, which is phonebook server. And we're going to delete the previous dist folder. And we're going to paste in the new one. Now, once that's done, we need to push the different changes to GitHub. and we're going to open the backend folder individually. So we're going to head to File, Open Folder, and we're going to open the phonebook server. Once we are here, we're going to head over to Source Control, and we're going to type in a message that's going to say fix frontend build, and we're going to commit. We're going to commit all the changes, and finally we need to push our commit to the remote GitHub repository. Once that's done, we can head back to render. Since we made changes, we need to redeploy our application, so we're going to head over to manual deploy, and we're going to select deploy latest commit. Now if we open the link to our application, we can see that the numbers have been properly displayed. Right now, if we were to restart our server in render, all the new nodes that we added while the server was running are going to disappear. That is because we have a hard-coded list of nodes in our server. Now, to store our saved nodes indefinitely, we need a database, which is where MongoDB comes in. So we're going to head over to MongoDB Atlas in our browser. So we're going to be using MongoDB Atlas to create our database. So we're going to press on try free, and you can create an account. I already have an account, so I'm going to sign in. Once you create your account, this is what you should see. So we're going to head over to database, and we're going to click on build a database. So we're going to be using the free version, and we can change the region to a region that is closest to you. So I'm going to choose Frankfurt, and you can just leave the rest as the default, and we're going to press on create. So at the bottom left, you can see that our database has not finished processing yet. So we're going to wait till it finishes. So till it says your cluster has finished provisioning. Now the next thing we need to do is create credentials to access our server. These credentials are going to be different from the ones you use to sign in to Atlas. So we're going to choose a username and a password. For simplicity, I'm going to change the password to 123, and we're going to click on create user. The next thing we're going to do is define the IP addresses that are allowed to access the database. For the sake of simplicity, again, we're going to allow access from all IP addresses. So we can do that by heading over to network access, and we're going to click on add IP address, and we're going to click on the button that says allow access from anywhere, and we're going to click on confirm. Once the IP address is active, we can now connect to our database. So we're going to head back to database, and we're going to click on connect, and we're going to pick the first option that says connect to your application. And from here, what we need to take is the following link, which starts with MongoDB plus. So this is the link we're going to use to connect to our database. As you can see, there's a space where you're going to enter your password, which we set to 123. So we're going to copy this link, and we're going to use it later in our code. And we're going to head back to VScode, and we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it MongoDB. And in here, we're going to create a new file called mongo.js. Now, to communicate with our MongoDB database, we're going to need a library. And the library that we're going to be using is the Mongoose library. So we need to install this library. So we're going to open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to our new folder. And we're going to run the command npm install mongoose. In our mongo.js file, we're going to import this library. So we're going to have const mongoose equal to require mongoose. So first, we're going to create a simple command line application to see how our database works. So first, we're going to have an if condition, which is going to check if process.argv.length is less than 3. And if that is the case, we're going to console.log give password, and we're going to exit the process with a status code of 1. So what this does is when we run our code, we're going to have a series of arguments, in the command line. The first argument is going to be node. The second argument is going to be the name of our file, which is mongo.js. And the third argument is going to be the password. So if the length of our arguments is less than 3, that means the user has not provided a password. So we're going to tell them to give the password and we're going to end the process. So that is what this if condition checks. Next, we're going to define a variable called password and we're going to pass it in the second argument. So we're going to have process.argv, and using square brackets, we're going to pass in 2. Since indexing starts from 0, 2 is going to be the third argument. Next, we're going to define a variable called URL. And in here, we're going to paste in the URL we copied. So we're going to first have backticks, since we're going to be substituting inside the string, and we're going to paste in our link. Once we've done that, what we need to substitute in is the password. So we're going to have $, curly braces, and we're going to pass in the password variable. Now by default, the name of our database created from this application is going to be test, but we want to give it a custom name. And in order to do that, we're going to go to the slash and we're going to provide it with a name. So we're going to provide it with the name Note app, and that is it for our URL. The next thing we need to do is mongoose.set. The first argument is going to be strict query and the second argument is going to be false. So this is going to disable the strict query property, and disabling this is going to allow us to access our database without providing any filters, meaning it allows us to return the whole database. By default, this is set to true as a security feature, but for our simple application, we can set it to false. Next, we're going to connect to the URL using mongoose. So we're going to have mongoose.connect and we're going to pass in our URL. The next thing we're going to do is define a variable called note schema, and we're going to set it equal to new mongoose.schema, and we're going to pass in an object which has a content attribute set to string, and it's also going to have an important attribute set to boolean. So this is going to define what a note structure should look like. So our note is going to look like this structure. It's going to have a content of type string and it's going to have an importance of type boolean. Next, we're going to define another variable called note, and we're going to set it equal to mongoose.model, and we're going to pass in note as the first argument, and we're going to pass in our schema, which is note schema. What this is going to do is it's going to create a model for every note that we create using the note schema. Next, we're going to actually create the note. So we're going to have a variable called note, and we're going to set it equal to new, and we're going to use the note model, and we're going to pass in an object. So the object is going to have a content. We're going to give it a value of, let's say, HTML is easy, and we're going to give it an important attribute, and we're going to set it to true. Now the next thing we need to do is save this note to our database. So we're going to have note.save, and this is going to return a promise. So we're going to have the then function, which is going to give us a result. And in here we want a console.log note saved. And finally, we're going to close our connection to the database. So we're going to use mongoose.connection.close. So this is going to save our note to the database, and it's going to log saved note. And finally, it's going to close our connection to the database. So now we can save this file and open our terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. And in here, we're going to run the following command. So as we said, the first argument is going to be node. The second argument is going to be the name of our file, which is mongo.js. And the final argument is going to be the password. So the password that we used was 123, and now we're going to press enter. As you can see, we get note saved, logged to the console, and now if we head back to MongoDB and we open Browse Collections, we can see that a new database has been created, and it has the name Note App, which we provided in the URL, and it also has the note HTML is easy. In this video, we're going to be doing an exercise to strengthen your understanding of MongoDB. So we're going to create a new folder called MongoDB Phonebook. And in here, we're going to create a new file called mongo.js. As we saw in the previous video, to connect to our database, we're going to use the Mongoose library. So we're going to install it. We're going to open our terminal and navigate to this folder. And we're going to run the command npm install mongoose. Once that's done, we're going to import the Mongoose library. And again, since we're going to be creating a command line application, we're going to check the number of arguments provided. So we're going to have if process.argv.length is less than 3. Then we're going to console.log, please enter password, and we're going to exit the process. Once we've checked that, we are going to create a variable called password, and we're going to set it equal to process.argv square brackets 2. So the password is going to be the third argument. Next, we're going to provide our URL, which we copied in the previous video. We're going to be using backticks, and we're going to paste in our URL. And instead of password, we're going to provide the password variable. And we're going to give our database a name. We're going to call it persons app. The next thing we need to do is set the strict query to false. So we're going to have mongoose.set strict query, and we're going to set it to false. Then we're going to connect to our URL using the connect function, and we're going to pass in our URL. So as we saw in the previous video, we first need to create a schema. So we're going to have person schema, and we're going to set it equal to new mongoose.schema. And we're going to pass in an object that represents what a person should look like. So it's going to have a name attribute of type string, and it's also going to have a number attribute of type string. Once we've defined our schema, we're going to create a person model using mongoose.model, and we're going to pass in person and the person schema. So our application is actually going to do two things. If the user provides a person to be added to the contact, it's going to add that person to the contact. But if the user only provides the password, then we want to display all our contacts in the database. So we're going to have an if condition, which is going to check if process.argv.length is equal to 5. That means the user has inputted a person to be added to the database. In that case, we're going to create the person object using the person model, and we're going to give it a name. The name is going to be the fourth argument, and the number is going to be the fifth argument. Actually, the fourth argument is going to have an index of 3, and the fifth argument is going to have an index of 4. The next thing we need to do is save this person to the database. So we're going to have person.save, and using the then function, which is going to give us a result, we're going to console.log a formatted string that says it's going to first display the person's name. So we're going to access that using process.argv, and the person's name is the third argument, and we're going to say that person has been saved, and we're going to end our connection. So we're going to have mongoose.connection.close. Now, the other thing our program is going to do is it's going to display the contacts in our database if 3 arguments are provided. So we're going to have another if condition, which is going to check if process.argv.length is equal to 3. In this case, we want to display all the contacts. So we're going to be using a function called find. So first we're going to have our model, which is person, and we're going to have .find, and in curly braces, we're going to have no properties. So in here, you can provide a property. So let's say you provide importance set to true. In that case, it's going to find every person with the importance of true. But in our case, we simply want to display every contact. So using the then function, which is going to give us a result, we want a console.log phone book. And from the result, we're going to extract each individual person using the for-each function. So we're going to have result.forEach. So result is going to be an array of all the persons. So for each is going to give us a person input. And in here, we want a console.log the person's name. So we're going to use a formatted string, and we're going to have person.name followed by a space. Then we're going to display the person's number. Once we've done that, we need to close our connection to the database. So we're going to have mongoose.connection.close. So now we can save our file and open the terminal, and we're going to navigate to this folder. So in here, we're going to test the different functionalities. So first, we're going to test adding contacts to our database. So the first argument is going to be node, then mongo.js, then we're going to have our password, which is 123. Then we're going to have a name. So let's say Abel, and we're going to have a number. So let's just put in a random number, and we're going to press enter. As you can see in the console, we get Abel saved. Let's also add another contact. So we're going to have the same arguments. And for the name, we're going to pass in Jack. And again, we're going to pass in a random number and press enter. We get Jack saved. So the next thing we're going to test is viewing the different contacts. So in order to do that, we're going to provide 3 arguments. So we're going to have node, mongo.js, and our password, and press enter. As you can see, we get the different contacts that we saved displayed to the terminal. So this has been a full beginner's guide to full stack web development. If you enjoyed the video, you can show your support by liking this video and subscribing to our channel.